we rolled a nat 1 on our skill check here for technology, so give us a moment. You know it's serious because they all have headsets on and they're pointing, so stuff's going on. All right. I think we are live now. That's the hope. Back to what I was saying. A long time ago, I had a very silly idea. I wondered what it would be like to play in a game of D&D with more than just my table, with maybe 100 players. This was just a silly kind of shower thought that I had. But as time went on, some things started happening. I started my own business with my brother and mother, and then we opened up a game store here in a mall. When we opened the business, the mall came to us and said, hey, if you have any fun ideas for an event, we can let you use some space in our mall. And I said, well, you know what? That works out because I indeed have a very interesting idea. And the mall didn't know what they were getting into when they allowed me. I wanted to host the biggest game of D&D ever played. Last year, we had 1,227 crazy people all show up and help us set that record. And I will never forget that day. It was an amazing experience. It was very humbling because the TTRPG community said, hey, that guy and that his silly idea, we like that. Let's go play a game with him. And so I am always grateful for those who have made that possible. And this is now a year later, and we are hosting yet again the biggest game of D&D ever played. And I'm really excited to tell you about the stuff that's going on today and tomorrow, as well as some of the really cool stuff we're doing for this game. So, for the game, we are going to be starting the game at 4 p.m. Players here at the venue, you will want to be in your seats starting at 3 p.m. 3:50, we are going to do what we're called filtering. If you're not in your seat by 3:50, your seat will be forfeit, and we are going to give those seats to people who their dungeon master didn't show up or there was a table confusion, something like that. So if you're not in the chair at 3:50, your seat is forfeit. Dungeon masters, you will need to we will give you a notice, but you'll have to raise your hand and we'll filter players out to you. 4 o'clock is when dice roll. That will allow us to start the game, and 8 p.m. will be the ending time. Just like last year, all of your consequences will have an effect on your neighboring tables. You'll be able to forge your own path. Woo! It's very interesting trying to rig a whole mall with a sound system, so you do be patient with my technology wizards over there. So yeah, your consequences, your actions will have consequences. Behind me, the cameras can't really see it, but we are fighting against the two dark princes, Eos and Skotos. They are two sides of the same coin, light and dark. The really interesting about these two princes is they both need to be killed at the same time. So Friday, we are battling against the Dark Prince. Saturday, we're battling against the Divine Prince. And if either day fails, it will undo the other day. So the consequences are high. Not only do our tables have to roll well today, but then we have to pray that the tables tomorrow roll well as well. This is a continuation from last year's game. Vecna, defeated by our hands, is gone. But now these two upstarts who think they're something really cool are trying to claim godhood. And we mortals, we do not like that, so we are standing up against them. So that's a little bit about the lore and the battle we'll be facing. There are some really cool highlights. Johnny from Sibling Scribbles is the writer. He's returning. He wrote the game last year, and he's returning writer for this year. He wrote an amazing adventure. Players, this is going to be something like you've never seen. He built a whole city that you can travel around and do different things in the different cities, and that will affect your nearby tables. So if you go to the harbor and secure supplies, those supplies are going to go to your neighboring tables. You'll have to move around the map strategically. Very interesting. Saturday, and the Dungeon Master for Friday will be Dax from Dungeon Master Direct, returning as the head Dungeon Master. Saturday, the adventure was written by me, and I will be the head Dungeon Master. Again, this was a dream of mine a long time ago, and now I finally get the chance to play a game with you, with all of you, and we will see if we will all survive and defeat the princes, or if this might become a new record, the biggest TPK in history. The way the Saturday game goes, that very much might happen. All right, I have two more things I want to talk about. I want to talk about local game stores and how much I love local game stores. Because I'm a local game store, and I feel like local game stores are really hurting, especially after the pandemic. So we released a remote play packet. This is a game anyone can play anywhere across the world. This game will allow you to run supplies to the players here in the mall. You have to play that game today and tomorrow. It's a 1 to 2 hour adventure. Very simple. I've provided everything, and it's free to download on our website, wegeektogether.org. So people across the world have already downloaded their packets, and they are starting to roll their dice right now to help Friday's game. And they're getting ready to help Saturday's game too. And that is going to have a huge effect on the game. And we're playing this at other local game stores. I know Level 1 Gamers in Southtown is going to be hosting, and there's a few other game stores that have reached out to me. So thank you to those local game stores, and I wish you the best of luck. All right, I have some big thank yous to give to our tech wizards. Desert Penguin Audio, he was up here all night last night playing 25 different speakers and thousands of feet of cord, so I'm really appreciative of him. As well as Josh and 51st Productions and his whole team for making this live stream possible. This is something way out of my budget range for a small game store, and they are doing everything they can to help make it possible. I also want to thank all the other people who showed up today. We have some really cool people. We have Rob from Viva La Dirt League. We have the Duke from One Shot Questers, Jason from Jason Plays, and Johnny from Crimson Herald. These are really special guests who have come to this event to give us support, and it means a lot. In fact, I just want to give a special shout out to Rob from Viva La Dirt League. He was here till midnight helping us put tablecloths on all our tables. He flew halfway across the world and spent his night putting tablecloths on tables. That's a true dungeon master right there. Well, enough of me talking. With the rest of the time, we are going to let the cameras roll, and at 1 o'clock we will start our first panel. We're going to be doing panels until 3 o'clock, and then we'll be doing our seating. So guests, thank you again for coming to this game. I really appreciate all of you supporting us here in the venue. For those of you watching, I really appreciate for supporting us online. And for those of you who are going to be playing remotely, thank you as well. This is going to be the biggest game of D&D ever played because of you and because of the TTRPG community. So thank you. Have a good game. the Divine God. All right. I established twin brothers with the dark god Skotos. While he is divine, he is definitely nothing holy. He is very much an interesting character. I can't wait for you guys to meet him. You will actually have a chance to meet him during Saturday's game. I'm really excited for that. I do want to point to the beautiful art behind me. This image that we're using of Eos and Skotos was done by Caitlin from Drawn to Dragons. An amazing artist. She has done spectacular stuff, and we love her work. She did the last Dead Wars display, and she returned for this year. If you want a limited game mat, there's only 50 in existence. Caitlin printed 50 game mats. Well, I own one of them. So there's only 49 left. Caitlin printed 49 game mats of the Divine and the Dark prints, this same print behind me. So you can only get them at Drawn to Dragons. It's an exclusive, hidden merch item. I might have also just given you a hint for a quest. A quest, you say? Yes, there is a quest in the venue. The only way to start the quest is by going to our website, wegeektogether.org. There should be a button there that says quest. You might have to look around on the website. But I might have just given you a clue on one of the codes. Also, during my main speech, I didn't talk about our friends, Dungeon Studio. Hello there. Good to see you guys. And Geek Nights as well. Hello, Geek Nights. Hello. These are really cool content creating teams. Oh, I'm gonna swap mics so you can still listen to me. Don't worry, I'm still here. These are really cool content creation teams who I've especially invited, and they really wanted to come as well, so that made that easy to be here for this event. And they're going to be recording it for their own stuff, so make sure you check out both Dungeon Studios, Nerd News, and Geek Nights. In fact, Dungeon Studios is going to be doing a like on the field of battle report while the games are going on both days. So that'll be a really cool option to log in and watch the battle from a different point of view, because we'll be live streaming it, but you'll be able to see it from a player's perspective or a group's perspective, not just an overall venue experience. Geek Nights is also premiering their feature project they've been working on for a very long time. They might be premiering that tonight. That is what I heard. I don't know if they were able to confirm that or not. I'm really excited for the VIP people who came. I've been watching both Viva La Dirt League and One Shot Questers for a long time. So the fact that they were able, swatching mics, but I'm still here. The fact that they said yes to coming is, it really means a lot. So please be nice to them. Don't be too weird, because I really like them, and I'd like for them to maybe think about coming back. You know, that would be cool. Go follow them on their social medias. Go comment on their videos. Say, hey, you're really cool. And then, yeah, maybe they'll want to come back. Also, make sure to visit the Crimson Herald, Johnny Stanton. If any of you know NFL, Johnny Stanton used to play, and he has started his own printing company. All right, I'm swapping mics again. Mike Swap. But Johnny Stanton, yeah, they are producing a supplementary book for 5e called Sync. They were talking to me about it last night as we were working out the details with how he's going to table crash. So if you see a very large, threatening pirate walking around, he's supposed to be here, and we're really happy to have him. And go check out their production, Sync. We've also got some really cool vendors. Die Hard Dice. This is somebody who I forgot to thank in my opening post as well. Die Hard Dice have supplied every dungeon master in this game a kit. DM, a set of dice, a rolling tray, and a bag. Free. 100% free. Die Hard Dice, out of the goodness of their hearts, were just like, oh, we're going to give you this cool stuff. Because we think your event's cool and we love your Dungeon Masters. So Dungeon Masters, you're getting some really good freebies because of this amazing company. Die Hard is local here in Utah. Absolutely my favorite dice company to work with. We also have a really cool anime supplementary book. I also bought their child's book. They have a kid's book. It says, My Dad is a Dungeon Master. A very cute book. If you have kids at home, you might want to go check out their book because it's a really nice book. We have some really cool local creators and podcasters. Whoa, oh, I'm getting a little loud over here. I might buzz myself out here. I'll try not to do that. Some really cool podcasters and creators here. They are sharing booths, so go make sure to check out the different local podcasters and creators. Big thanks to Derek from How Not to Be a Dungeon Master. He has helped immensely with getting me in connections with really cool people. I couldn't have made such a cool production without him. Let me see. If you didn't know, the whole purpose I'm doing this is just to make sure our microphones are working. So last night while we were doing mic checks, we were actually reading out loud Harry Potter fan fiction, which I will not be doing in a publicly full mall. That is not happening. But while the mall is closed, you can have a bit more fun. Make sure to check out the amazing work we've done with the merch. We have an amazing artist, Jenny Mellon. She has helped design all of the different things, like the shirt I'm wearing, or the VIP cards, or the staff cards, the lanyards, and the dice. Have you guys seen the dice for this event? There are 500 of each set, light and dark. And each set is numbered on the back, so you know you have a very unique set of dice. We're not going to remake these. These are event exclusive. The Dark Prince and the Divine Prince. So make sure to check out our merch shop upstairs. Also, we have some really cool drinks. Yeah, we run a gaming tavern after all. So make sure to check out. We have mead and mocktails in our tavern. I brought in some very special people to make the tavern feel extra taverny this weekend. In just a bit, we're going to be graced with people who are much better at public speaking than me. I know on the docket today we have Jason from Jason Plays. I know we have Sibling Scribbles, the writer of today's adventure. He is going to take some time to talk on the stage. So you only have to put up with me for so much longer. All right. I know people have been traveling from different places to attend this event, so make sure to hit me up and tell me where you're from. These people brought me a Buc-ee's gift package. And it's really cool because I've never been to Buc-ee's, and I've seen all the Instagrams and TikToks about how cool it is. And I will definitely be eating those beaver popcorn things. It looks really good. All right, we are about to finish our final mic checks. Oh, shout out to my sister who's getting married this month. That's pretty cool. We've also got some cool cameramen. Hello, cameramen. Thank you for all of your hard work. Camera people. My sound guys get to enjoy Jimmy John's, and I know you guys don't want Jimmy John's ASMR, so I am not going to subjugate you guys to that. Not sponsored by Jimmy John's, but I did work there for 9 years, so I am a little biased, so my team gets Jimmy John's today. Well, those people there, I feel kind of bad now that my cameramen don't get Jimmy John's. Maybe I'll get you guys something. Do you want me? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was my question. We're looking good? You're looking good. All right.
Currently. Oh, there we go. All right, this is an audio check for the live stream. That appears to be coming through really well, Spence. Thank you. That's perfect.
All right, welcome everybody to the 1 o'clock panel. We are really excited to discuss world building and campaign building with you. Let's do a little introduction first. I am Derek. I am the co-host of the Dungeon Masters Blog podcast, and I'm really excited to be with Jason here today. Jason, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jason Russell. You can find me at jasonplays.games on Instagram and Heaven Help Us TikTok. You also might recognize me from Critical Dice and professional GM and content creator and silly person on the internet.
Yeah, when I saw Jason's TikToks for the first time, I said, okay, I can be here if he's here. So
yes.
it was very
it's a
encouraging.
service I provide. I set the bar very low to keep the doors open as possible.
Something like that. Okay, so today we're talking about campaign building, Jason.
Yeah, campaign building. So I think every GM, regardless of the game, but especially with D&D, everyone eventually wants to start building their own adventures, building their own campaigns, and taking those baby steps into the shallow end of getting away from pre-published modules and things. But it can be a really daunting task. Do you do your own campaigns or?
Yeah, so my very first game I ever ran was completely homebrew. It was a one-shot,
Oh, wow.
so it wasn't a whole campaign, but I dove in head first and never looked back.
Right on. So, do you fall into the camp of over-preparing, under-preparing? Because that's a common problem.
It is. I definitely started on the over-preparing side,
Yes.
as most people do, and swung now to the... I think it's a happy medium. I prepare a lot more upfront in a campaign, and then I find myself preparing less because I've spent a lot of work already knowing what's happening, who is where, all the players and all of the things happening. So as the game progresses, I definitely have to prep less.
Yeah, I think that's true. The more you use that muscle, the more comfortable and familiar that whole process becomes. I think for a lot of people, the big problem is like figuring out ideas, right? Of like, well, where do ideas come from, or how do I write something that's not just an episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, like lightly reskinned, which is fine,
Yeah.
by the way. You can do that. But that's the thing is like ideas are everywhere, and that's where every great story starts is with a simple idea.
For sure.
And you can get ideas just from like driving around and like looking at what's around you, whether it's the beautiful mountains we have here in Utah, or it's one of the places I find a lot of really great inspiration is really old like adventure novels for kids, like the old Hardy Boys books.
Oh, yeah.
And Tom Swift, and there's even one called The Happy Hollisters, which is like from the 1920s about a ragtag group of like brothers and sisters who get into adventures with like Dutch smugglers, and you're like, what? Okay, these are great, but what's great about those is because they're so just accessible. But they're also obscure, right? So no one's
Yes.
going to know these stories.
That is very obscure. I tend towards like the 60s, 70s, 80s sci-fi movies, like
Yeah.
bad B sci-fi movies, which a lot of people also haven't seen. So that's always nice.
Exactly.
But
And
yeah.
it's not just about like, taking ideas that are unusual or uncommon, but rather getting a place to at least start, right?
Uh-huh.
Taking the germ of an idea and then kind of developing it off on your own way. So for me, where that practice started for me was when my kids, when I got into 5th edition, who were like 8 and 10 at the time, they started playing with me, and they wanted to play all the time, which is great, but there's also a problem because they want to play all the time.
It's a lot of content to create.
It's a lot of content, and I was like, I can either go broke buying all the official modules, or I can make my own. And so I just started, every time I had an idea, I just wrote it down, even if it was just like 3 words or, or a longer sentence. And those became some of the first things I ever did on social media because after a while I had a list of like 100 or more ideas. And I was like, okay, great, let me just put these out there for people to grab a hold of, these like game hooks basically.
Yeah, and I love those game hooks, by the way, and I definitely have used a handful of them in my own games.
Yeah, and that's what they're there for, is for people to take them and run with them on their own way. And I've actually heard that comment from a lot of people who are like, this is how I kind of got started. I'm like, awesome. Occasionally I'll get a comment like, these would be great for D&D, and I'm all, you think? Yeah. You know what? I completely agree with you. You should use them. So, all those are still on my Instagram, jasonplays.games, and they're free, but I wanted, a couple of years ago, I wanted to put them into something kind of tangible that people could use as a thing. And so what I did is I created something called the deck of stories, which is these little, like that. So it's a deck of cards that actually puts all of those ideas and even more than those ideas that are on the Instagram into a shuffleable deck that you can draw 3 cards and create a 3-act story structure so that if, you remember on the way home from work that tonight's D&D night and you're like, oh no, that was today. And then there's traffic. And then you have enough time to like throw a burrito in the microwave and set up the table. And that's like, I didn't prepare. And this is what that's for. This is to rescue you from zero prep.
I have been in that exact scenario. It wasn't burrito in the microwave. It was like bathing kids, but yes.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, where the
Yes.
kids are supposed to go to bed because your friends are coming over and you're like, go to bed. They're like, why is the sky blue? And you're like, no, not today. Come on. But yeah, so the struggle is real. And what I like about this system, whether it's the cards or it's just your own list of ideas that you can use to kind of always have something in the hopper to be like ruminating on, is that it often will prevent you from over preparing, right? Because that I think is the tendency for a lot of people is to do too much.
Yeah.
Because like there's something to be said for world building, which I don't know if you ever can over prepare for that. Like you can figure out, the shipping trade, agreements between different port cities. Great. It may never come up in your game, but if it was satisfying, then go for it. But over preparing for a session, that absolutely does happen. And what it can happen is that as a GM, you can feel like your effort was wasted because the players don't get to that part, or they do something else.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will complain about this. Like, I put so much work and effort into my games, and then my players don't touch 90% of it because they go off and follow this plot or that plot or, whatever it might be. So
Right.
it's a common complaint.
Yeah, and that's not the player's fault because it's a collaborative storytelling game.
Right.
And you just did more than you needed to. So often it's going to be about pulling back and just having rough sketches. There's a concept in a lot of TTRPGs of leaving blank spaces on the map, right? And both literally, but also metaphorically, where there's a little bit of unknown that you will fill in together as you tell the story and as you play the game along with your players, right? You didn't know that there was going to be a turtle festival at the next town, but now there is a turtle festival, which is something a podcast I used to listen to did, and it was a throwaway comment, and then it turned into like a 3-episode series arc about Turtle Fest, and it was like never planned it. Best episodes of the entire run, right?
Yeah.
So it really is about getting the basic ideas. And so I thought it'd be fun if we kind of use some of these cards, deal ourselves 3 random cards, and took our own different, DM brains and perspective and fleshed out an idea with those cards.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I don't know if the stream will be able to see them, but I'll read them out. It'll be all good. So I kind of shuffled these before because we have not a lot of space here. So this one says, a peculiar house sits at the edge of town. People go in, but never leave.
Classic.
Classic, like little Hotel California going on there. Night after night, you have the same dream and a growing desire to find this place.
Ooh, another good one.
Yeah. And then the third one is, everyone in town greets you warmly and by name. So they're in Salt Lake City. You have no memory of ever being there before.
Okay.
Right? It's almost like like a Vegas vibe, actually. Where they're like, Mr. Russell, nice to see you again. You're like, have I been here before?
No, they just have your email address.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they and your social. Yeah. So what's great about this method of doing things is that taking 3 cards really lets you kind of place it in an order that makes the most sense to you. And then kind of stitching them together in a beginning, a middle, and an end. And where you can kind of have like opening action, rising action, and then climatic or closing action. And, like the song says, every ending can be the beginning of a new thing, right? And so I like doing it this way also because it's random ideas. That it'll generate stories and ideas that you would have never put together. And I think a lot of times we can, as game runners and GMs, we can fall into our favorite tropes over and over, whether we realize we're doing it or not. And our party starts to pick up on it as well.
Yeah.
With this, it puts combinations together that you never would have thought of, and neither do the players. And so it can kind of really take them wild ways. So with our 3 cards here, the ones that I'll call, everyone knows your name, the dream location, and the peculiar house. What order would you put these in kind of a 3-act story structure?
Yeah, I noticed at the top here you've got kind of like a suggestion of where you can place it, but we can kind of do whatever we want.
Yeah,
right?
so on the top of the cards I have O, R, and C, and I call it the Orc storytelling system because I'm a giant nerd, but it's basically suggestions of where these might be for opening, rising, or climatic action. But again, just suggestions, because sometimes I'll do this with friends a lot, and there'll be vastly different orders and vastly different kind of conclusions of how to build the game, all from the same cards. So it's pretty interesting. So how would you do it?
Yeah, all right. So I'm thinking that I would do the dream first.
Yeah.
One of your players keeps having this dream. You can describe it every long rest or, whatever system you're playing. You keep having this dream about this place. It's this weird town, and there's this weird house in the town. So you can kind of like set all of that up in the dream.
Right.
And then I would say you show up to that town, like you finally find it. Maybe it's through happenstance, or maybe you've heard of the town's name before and you go there, trying to find what's happening in your dream. And then I would do the house at the end. So you go to the town, everyone knows you, and it's very weird because you've never been here before, but for some reason they recognize you and no one will tell you why. And kind of at the center of town, or I guess it's at the edge, but maybe I would put it.
Sure.
You can put it wherever, right?
It's all about the germ of the idea, where you can change aspects of each of the ideas to fit what's kind of cooking, what's brewing in your mind. So yeah, you can absolutely change any element of this.
Yeah. So I would put the house at the end here, and I would say the townsfolk keep inviting you to the house. Maybe they're like, there's a party that's happening at the house, and it's been so good. Like maybe the farmer tells you, my wife went to the party, and I'm sure she had a great time, but I haven't seen her since. And he knows your name, and it's like, okay, this guy knows my name. His wife is gone. There's something nefarious going on, or maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Let's figure out what it is. And so the players are obviously going to be drawn to the house and the mystery and solving it.
Yeah. So what would you do with what in your mind? What would be like the source of the dream, and also why does everyone seem to know you but you don't know them?
Yeah, that's a good question. You could do something like, it could be, like I said, it doesn't have to be nefarious. Maybe one of your players has some kind of supernatural connection with the deity, or with something like that, and they're being drawn there because they need to be sent on a more epic quest.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's something nefarious. Someone is mind controlling the town, and they know who you are, and they've been giving you these dreams, and they control everybody in the town, which is why the town knows who you are. It's kind of like all a giant hive mind of some kind, and the boss is in the house pulling the strings.
I like that. I like this order that you have, and I think I would probably keep it. So the dream every night, everyone knows you by name, and the peculiar house. I think I'd leave that order. For me, I would have this be not just have the same dream and a desire to find the place, but I think the dream would be about a person. A wrinkled old person who seems to be beckoning you to come and to find them. And as you start going a direction, that dream gets stronger and stronger, and the definition and recognizable features of this individual becomes more and more clear, which would give this player, probably like you said, like a warlock or a cleric or paladin or something, this kind of a way of understanding, like, oh, we're getting closer, and when we went a little bit west, the dreams got fainter, so we need to go the other direction. And this could also be really great because it could be a little side quest or the main quest, just whenever you want to toss that in, And so doing that, and they finally get to this town, and everyone is like perfect. Everyone's happy. Everyone is smiling. Everyone seems to know you, and you're very, very welcome, almost to like an uncomfortable degree, right? And what
off-putting.
Yeah, very off-putting, almost like uncanny valley. Like that's what I would probably call this adventure, is the valley, but what I mean is the uncanny valley. And there's I would say like a homeless guy or like a hobo or something who is the actual person from the dream, who's the only like blot on this perfect utopian little society in this valley, right?
Yeah.
And they talk to him for a moment, but he's super paranoid, and he's like, "Yes, you're finally here," but they get separated before he can kind of like dish. And then he's like, meet me tonight at this place or whatever, and they don't see him the rest of the day. They can do some more stuff, shopping, that kind of stuff, and just get more of that experience of like how weird and just like off, like too perfect, off-putting thing, like. And then by the time they meet with him again, or maybe he doesn't even show up, they see him the next morning and he's like normal.
Doesn't remember.
Perfect. He doesn't. He does remember, but he's just like, oh, it's fine. I just had some help with some outside my farm there was some monsters. I thought you could take care of them, and now he's like clean cut and shaven, and he's not. And there's like no, no. And so they follow him, but they follow anyone else. It eventually leads to this one place, right? And it's I would call it maybe a temple or a municipal building of some kind, and have it be that when they investigate, what's really happening is that everything in the town is either a doppelganger or a mimic, including the building they went to was a mimic. And it's like the mothership,
Yeah.
right? And so I would even make it so like maybe there's like pod people going on, and the giant house mimic is growing the doppelgangers to replace them slowly but surely. And doppelgangers have telepathy. And so they're all still very new. The oldest one of them is like 2 weeks old, and they don't realize that they're giving themselves away by knowing the person's name telepathically without having ever met.
No social skills. Yeah.
Right, no social skills. And like if anyone's an artist, that the like imperfections of the human form and the human face is what makes them so agreeable, and maybe like my nose like goes to one direction, but
Same.
like, no one thinks about it. It's just normal. But if everything is perfectly symmetrical, it's just wrong, just kind of wrong, and so they don't know that stuff yet. And so all of this was this guy who I would say maybe he has. I would make him a warlock. I would make the guy who's ultimately the quest giver, who's beckoning them to come. Maybe he even shares a patron or an adjacent patron to someone else in the party that would be able to kind of send these like help me vibes that led them there in the first place. And so now they have to, rescue all the townspeople, defeat the doppelgangers, maybe even face like perfected versions of their own party, like all the things that they hope and dream would happen. Maybe even some of the reasons that they're on the adventure in the first place. They get to see what it would look like, but it's just like, no, that's not, like, it's too easy, it's wrong, like very psychological,
Without any of the imperfections too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like this version of you has a great relationship with his mom, and you're just like, yeah, but without like forgiveness and admitting of wrongdoing. How can you have you're just letting it go? No, I don't like this.
Yeah.
And then maybe then the boss battle, the ultimate realization is realizing the building they've been doing this whole fight in is the main boss, is the giant mimic, and they're like, oh no, and they have to like run and escape, get out just in time before the door/mouth closes, and then there's this giant, wiggly tentacle, multi-eyed mimic they have to fight that's like 20 stories tall. That's
you could
what I
do
would
like
do with this.
them trying to outrun its stomach juices or something,
Yeah,
right? They start flooding.
Get the Indiana
or
Jones
something.
vibes going on, yeah. Or the tongue is like coming down the hallway, and they're just like, this is way worse than a boulder. Yeah. So I mean, that took us, let me check my watch, 10 minutes to do that. And we did 2 different versions of the same thing.
Vastly different.
Yeah, vastly different. And you could easily run either one or even both with some distance between it. Or someone else might look at some of these ideas and put them in a different order altogether and come up with something completely different. So, yeah. You want to try another?
Yeah, let's do another round.
Another round. And we got plenty of time, too, so. All right, so I'm going to kind of grab my cards here. I'm going to mix them up just a little bit. And I think this is 3. Yeah, it's 3. All right, number 1. You find a mask that reeks of arcane power, but using it comes with a cost.
Nice.
There is a problem at a remote observatory. Something new has appeared in the sky.
All right.
and a glowing figure sometimes appears, but always in the corner of your vision until now.
Oh yeah, this is a good one too. Okay.
Yeah, these are, I think, similar vibes as the last one, but I think we can go way different directions.
So I'm going to start with the observatory. There's a problem with the observatory. Perhaps one of your party members, is interested in learning more about what goes on beyond, this particular planet they live on or whatever it might be. Maybe it is. I don't know. There's some reason. Maybe it's a family member who runs the observatory and they're going to rescue them. Maybe that's just the job they've been hired for. But the reports of something new in the sky is interesting. What is it? Is it a star? Is it a planet?
Meteor.
Yeah, it could be a meteor or something. But maybe it's like every night the same meteor is coming across, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because it's like only every 1,000 years or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say I'm going to go with the meteor idea. I like that. So once they get to the observatory, then I would do the mask, which you put in that order. The mask that reeks of arcane power. So they get to the observatory and something comes from beyond and like visits them. Or maybe they see something leaving the planet and they go and investigate the site where it left, and what is there is like maybe a big crater and this mask or something like that, some kind of weird circumstance, and they can tell that it is important but obviously dangerous, and so they're not sure why they would put it on. But I guess one of them, as players are wont to do, will eventually decide, yeah, I'm gonna put it on and see what happens. And when they do,
yeah, one of the best things is always as a DM is like, oh, it has a mysterious aura around it. They're like, well, I'm going to use it now. Yeah.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I know that this is how nature says do not touch. I don't care.
I mean, when it's a player, right, and you can make another character,
yeah, exactly.
That's what they tend
it's
to do.
fine. It's all fine.
So they put on the mask, and this gives them access to talk to some kind of being. Maybe it's with the beings that left, and that's what this glowing figure is. They appear and they say, great, now you're under our power. This was our plan all along. We go to places and we leave masks. You've put on the mask. It is now your job to assimilate this planet. I'm going kind of like almost Invincible vibes here, right?
Yeah.
So
the Viltrumite Empire, yeah.
Right. You have been chosen to be our emissary to this world. You're going to teach them our ways, and we're going to come and take over. So like we'll be back in X number of years or whatever, and you will have to have taken over this planet. So and it'll give them obviously powers and stuff, and that'll be kind of the decision they have to make comes with a lot of power, but the cost is the freedom of this world and all of the people on it and all the people I love and stuff. But the power is really enticing too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And also too, like, I could see a character very easily going, well, let's just take stock of all of the kingdoms of this world. Like 60% of them are terrible.
Right.
So, I mean, is this really a bad trade? I mean, so I could see that very easily. Where
you could be persuasive, right?
Yeah.
All the starvation and hunger and poverty and whatever, we can fix that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the devil is not better than the devil you don't.
Right.
So I would do it a little bit different. I would probably put the mask first.
Okay. And
I would set it up as that this is something that they find in a temple, right? Where it is, let's say deep in the jungle someplace, and there is a ziggurat. Love ziggurats. And the center chamber has a open just shaft to the sky, almost like a skylight, but it's just completely open. And on the altar in the middle is this very plain, like pewter or wood or mask of some kind, and all around it's almost like, other than like the growth of like plants and things, it's almost untouched. It's like everyone just got up and left. And there's even bodies of the previous acolytes or whatever that are the bodies are all untouched by animals, untouched by the ravages of time. Really, it's almost like mummification, but it's a humid climate where it's like, well, what happened here? Desiccated,
Yeah.
And they're all almost like they just like dropped where they were, just whatever they were doing. And there seems to be an inordinate amount of them in the center chamber with the shaft to the sky and this mask. And then, of course, someone's going to take it. Someone's going to take it and put it on. And what I think the mask would do is, I would say that while they use it, it's almost like you go from like Steve Rogers to Captain America.
Yeah.
Like all the physical attributes are heightened. Like you're faster, you're stronger, more hit points. Everything is just really ramped up, right? But they can tell that they can only hold on to that power for X number of times, but every time they use it, they can hold out a little bit longer. It's almost like clenching a muscle, right? At first, it's like a round, and then a couple of rounds, then a minute, then an hour, that kind of stuff. But I think they start losing time, and I think that's when they start seeing this apparition in the corner of their vision, and it's times when they're not using the mask, right? They start losing time, and they didn't sleep well at night, and all this kind of stuff. They keep seeing like someone's like just off to the side.
Every time they glance, it disappears, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Only from the side, and only when they're alone. And eventually, that figure starts talking to them, but they still have to kind of like keep looking straight ahead. Like if I'm looking like this, like you're talking to me, and I know you're there, but I can't look at you, otherwise it'll disappear, and the conversation will stop. And they're starting to learn more, like who are you, what do you want, all this kind of stuff. And I think what the twist is it's very much a Fight Club kind of thing, where it's just another personality, but it's from the mask. And the cost of using the mask is during downtimes, the mask is using you.
Yeah, that person takes over.
Right. And that this is and that really what it is a channel, a lightning rod, if you will, for eldritch power. And the thing that's coming, I would probably for this kind of make the observatory the new thing in the sky, let that go a little bit, and not focus on the observatory, but focus more on the new thing in the sky, something coming, like you said. But I could also see in a way that the temple that they got the thing from is less a temple and more like an ancient arcane observatory that is worshiping of something other, something far out in the far realms. And so the thing that's coming is, the longer they use this thing, the more power that this other personality can exert. And this is some kind of like, warlock-esque eldritch force that instead of making a pact, making a bond with a warlock and exerting their will over the physical world, the primaterial plane, via the traditional agreement, this is their version of the agreement. And every like eldritch power that you read about in books, everything from Faust, which is about knowledge, the original, kind of originator of this idea, and warlocks, everything has like their own like theme, right? Every warlock deals about something. It's about revenge and going about it the wrong way. It's about knowledge, but knowledge corrupting or power. This is about conquering. And so using the mask is actually conquering that person in the host personality. And so the thing coming is the full takeover of this person and them manifesting fully into reality. And a member of your own party is becoming the BBEG.
They're becoming Tyler Durden.
Yes. But if Tyler Durden had tentacles and was 50 feet tall.
Right.
And I'm
That's
saying
kind of
he's
cool.
not.
I like that.
Yeah. So, and again, I think, too, the way we did this in this one and the last one, where it's like it's the germ of the idea. It doesn't have to be word for word what a card says or what you wrote down in your own notebook.
Yeah.
But rather it's just the kernel. And until you apply some heat to it, you don't know what kind of what's going to pop into like a piece of popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
You can always just adjust and change things just a little bit to make it more interesting. So again, this is just a few ideas that we've turned into two very different games.
That sounds like a really fun idea. I feel like my next character is going to have something like this, where I slowly morph into something else. I like that idea.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cool going with the whole like Fight Club idea too. Even in like D&D especially, which I think we're most familiar with, is like there's the monk subclass with Way of Mercy, and they often will wear different ceremonial masks. And even in that subclass, there is the Hand of Mercy and the Hand of Harm, where there's two diametrically opposed, spectrum-like ideas contained in that, and in a class that for apparently no reason wears masks. And you're like, but why though? And so you could take some of these ideas and even find that there's some interesting hooks baked into some of the official, resource materials as well. So that'd be really easy to do.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So we've got like 10, 20 minutes or so that we could still talk, but I I'm just wondering. I don't want to keep belaboring this point of these ideas, but like what we can talk more about, campaign, world building and campaign writing and stuff in general as well too.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah. So these were great examples of things that you could do as one actual game that you play, like one
Yeah.
session, or they could be the whole story, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I like that they're flexible like that. When you're writing a new, or when you're starting a new game with new players,
Yeah.
do you tend to kind of like map out these acts in your mind, like, hey, I'm gonna start here, we're gonna go here, and then this is kind of where it ends, or do you try to like map that stuff out as you're going?
Yeah, so for me, when I'm creating something, especially like for a new campaign or a new session, or like you said, new players, depending what it is, the way that my brain works for creating this kind of stuff is I think in very large sections, in movements as opposed to specific plot points.
Uh-huh.
And so each movement will have a purpose. This purpose of this first movement is to get them into the story and get them into what is eventually going to be the main conflict, right? And a lot of people will accept the conceit of that and will take you up on your hook. But like, oh, the farmer's crops are failing. Like they're like, okay, let's go check out the farmer. There are going to be some times though where people are like, I want to start a bakery, and you're like, okay, we can also do that. But here's the thing: my point there was get them role playing and get them hooked into the story. If the story's not what I thought it was, I still accomplished my goal in this movement because now they're hooked into a story. It's about a bakery now, but fine. So, and then the next thing is like, okay, so the next thing is like, how do I elevate the tension? How do I elevate the conflict, right? And so I'll have some ideas about that, and I might know like what's causing the conflict and causing the tension, and I know like how I want to have that action kind of rise and increase, but that's about as specific as I'll get. I might have like one or two ideas of how to dial it in, but I'm really trying to leave it open and kind of grip the steering wheel really lightly until my players can help fill in that empty space. So let me explain something I just said. So like it gets hot here in the summer, right?
Yeah, pretty
Really
hot.
So
100 degrees sometimes.
Yeah, so I live in New Mexico. Driving in August is terrible because you sit down and you touch your steering wheel and then regret all of your life choices, right? So in order to drive in the summer in these western states, sometimes you have to just hold the steering wheel really lightly so you don't hurt yourself, but also you don't crash.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when you're running a game, you have to have that same philosophy, is hold the steering wheel very lightly so you don't hurt yourself, but you can also steer the game. And so that's the kind of framework mentally that I go off a lot of times, where I know the general direction, or at least the purpose of the direction, but I don't really care about which path we take to get there. And so I start filling in what are the themes really more than the plot of that rising tension. And then oftentimes I know what that final conflict should be, in the sense of what makes it unique and what makes it interesting. Because oftentimes it's going to be a battle, but sometimes it's other kinds of things. Maybe it's hard choices, maybe it's a trolley problem, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But knowing that what that final conflict, the pinnacle of the tension that's been building, what its purpose is and what it is supposed to, what the challenge is supposed to be. Again, I might have one or two ideas of how I want that to be, but depending on how the players informed it earlier, it might change, but I still know what the theme and what the purpose is. And so if I want to make it as really light touch as possible, that's how I'll approach it. Oftentimes, I'm like, it'll probably go like A, B, and C, with the possible of like, B1, B2, and C3, but it's still the general idea. But even if, player choice explodes your preconceptions, it's still okay because you still have the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like you ever play that game where it's like, what two scenes give off the same energy from a movie?
I've never played it, but I'm
But
familiar
you're
with the
familiar with the
memes and
concept,
stuff.
yeah, the meme, yeah. It's almost like that, where it's just like where you can look at a movie and go, oh, these two movies have the same plot. They are wildly different, but they have generally the same plot. It's almost like reverse engineering that to go, well, here's the plot, and then how it plays out, or how it gets flavored and informed really does come from player choice, and it's almost like trying to reverse engineer that idea, that meme.
Okay. When you are in the process of doing this A, B, C planning and stuff, how much of that planning depends on the characters' backstories and the stuff that you've talked about before you dive in?
Yeah.
You know, and how do you help those backstories and stuff inform then where you think the
Right.
campaign is going?
So in the case of where something is going planned to be a longer progression, you know, where you're going to be using backstories, because unfortunately for me, a lot of these days is a lot of like one shots and
Yeah.
smaller run things. But for the longer campaigns, I think you have to develop. It gets into world building as opposed to campaign building. So campaign building is, for me at least, more about building the story, and world building is about set dressing, you know. And so for me, if I go, oh, okay, so this person has this thing in their backstory and this other person has a similar thing, do I set them as opposites or do I make them complementary? And this other character, oh yeah, okay, I'm going to make his uncle who hasn't seen in years, he's actually the BBEG, that kind of stuff. So in order to integrate that stuff, but yet also not grip too tightly to the narrative so it comes out the right way, you know, the quote unquote right way, it has to do a lot with knowing, okay, I've set these marbles in motion in the background, and they're going to spin out the way they're going to spin out regardless of what the players choose. And occasionally they're going to bump together, but they're going to bump together and take off in different trajectories depending on what they've chosen. And so a lot about it for me is about visualizing the world and knowing, okay, well, while they're doing this, I thought they would be here, but instead they're in this tower that I kind of vaguely described, but now we've really fleshed it out. That means what I thought would be a initial confrontation with the BBEG didn't happen, and so now when they go to that village, it's a burnt out ruin. Now, that village's purpose was still to introduce the BBEG and to show how bad his badness is, but now I get to show how bad his badness is in a different way, with a ruined town, the smoking ember, and to introduce the BBEG instead of a mustache twirling, cape wearing introduction. I get to have the final words of the last living inhabitant of that former place be, beware the silver mask.
Yeah.
He came in like a flood. Don't let him touch, and then they're dead. You're like, what the? It still said that they're in purpose, but now I've gotten to use what I established as from their backstories in the world that'll still come to fruition and be very satisfying when it pays off, but I let their choice change how that initial interaction was going to go. You know what I mean?
It's like in Mulan where they get to that ruined, burnt village, right? Like they haven't met the villain yet, but it's clear that there's something here, and then they've got to follow this trail.
They've met the handiwork, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, the Huns, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So using that stuff is also too, it really does come down to a lot of session zero stuff, which didn't exist back when I started.
Yeah.
Not in an official capacity at least, but now it really is about like talking to the players, and some players will give you just like a 2-sentence backstory. Some of them won't do it at all. Some of them will give you, a handwritten, tea-stained in-world note about their biography.
Yeah.
And I've had all of those in the same game before.
Same.
And where you just kind of talk to them about like, what is your hope here? Like what is, what's the desire? How do you see, like how does your character think his story is going to end? Like, what do they think will be the final conclusion? And then weaving that to subvert expectations, but also in a way to meet expectations. Not that you're beholden to do it the way they thought, but rather to understand the trajectory of what they think and then play with that idea. One of the great tools that I give to a lot of my players, especially for long-term things, is some questions like, what is your character's secret reason for joining the party? And it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm actually, part of the Zentarum or, whatever. But it can be just like, what I say is I'm looking for adventure. But really, I had to get out of my family's house because they had my life planned, and I don't like that plan. But what I tell people is I just needed adventure.
Yeah, yeah, or
The
like
secret can be
I'm
small.
seeking approval from somebody, or I'm
Yes.
trying to find something, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and which can also, these questions can help the player go, oh, okay, and now they've added new dimension or added this backstory in the first place. Another good question is what would they kill to know?
Ooh.
What would your player kill to know?
Yeah.
And that can range from anything of, will I ever be better than my brother, to why was I given up for adoption, to who killed my parents, and all of that, or how do I be fulfilled? How will I ever stop looking for the next thing?
And then you get to
the common
dangle that
questions of
stuff.
life. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think. There's one other question. I'm trying to remember what it is. So, what would you kill to know? Secret reason for the party. One of the questions is something like, I can't remember the exact wording right now, but one of the questions is something like, who is the person that would be that your character really doesn't want to run into, or who is the person who is searching for you, or something along those lines. So now you're involving not just them and their motivations, but characters from their backstory of people who might be on the road also looking for them, or also in running in even similar circles or ideas that they might bump into. It's like Ash, Ketchum, and Gary, where it's like, who are you going to run into? Like,
Yeah.
what's your secret motivation? To be the very best. What would you kill to know? What's the 151st Pokemon? Who are you going to bump into that you really would rather not? That's freaking Gary. When you start breaking it down, it happens in a lot of stories.
It does, and it's what makes the characters interesting and fun, and kind of like gives the world some life and some feeling, instead of it just being, well, now you're in the next town and now you got to go get this treasure, and now you're in the next town, now you got to go get that. It adds that narrative richness.
Yeah. It stops feeling like a bunch of Skyrim side quests all put together,
Right.
and starts feeling like an actual campaign or a really well put together DLC.
Yeah.
By the way, this is not part of the thing. Did you know that the main story architect for Skyrim used to work for TSR developing Dungeons and Dragons?
I did not know that, but the fingerprints are all over, right?
It is.
Skyrim is very, very heavily RPG influenced.
It really is. I was reading a book about the history of TSR and D&D, and I saw the guy's name, and I was like, that looks familiar. And I went and looked, and I was like, oh, he works for Bethesda. Oh, he basically wrote Elder Scrolls V. Okay, that tracks. That really does track, because it feels like some of those old stories where you see a lot of those themes kind of replay. And anyway, neither here nor there, but I thought it was interesting.
A 12-year-old game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A 13-year-old game coming up? Wow.
Yeah. I came to the game 11 years too late, and made up for it in a very debilitating way. But I really love that game.
It is a lot of fun. I've always wanted to run a game in that world, do like a Skyrim game. I have a few friends who've never played the game, and it's like, oh, this is perfect. This would be such a fun D&D campaign.
Oh, it really would. And maybe this is a great place to stop as well as a final thought. But, we, as storytellers of any kind, whether that's in a TTRPG or writing a short story or, whatever it is our ideas will always come from somewhere. There's nothing new under the sun. There's like 11 great stories, and that's it.
Right.
It's all just variations on a theme. So don't feel bad from pulling from inspiration. My encouragement when it comes to collaborative storytelling, so that you're always surprising and delighting your players, is to try to find the thing that's the least adjacent that still can work for the tone. So, doing like other fantasy work or even a lot of anime feels too close, right? So going for like comic book ideas, going for old, young adult adventure novels from the 20s.
The Hollisters, apparently.
Listen, I have pulled so many stories from the Old Testament and the New Testament,
Ooh.
and my players never notice. And some of them I know go to church, and I'm
Yeah.
all, you really should know this, but they don't. They don't see it at all, and I'm like, awesome, perfect. So you take what you know, take the thing that no one's going to expect, and adapt from there. There are no new ideas. There's just better executed ideas, and that's the story you get to tell. That's the story that you can make yours.
Totally. So once again, what are these cards called?
Yeah. So these are called the Deck of Stories. You can find them on my website, which is creators.limited. Just search Deck, and you'll find it. And there's actually a Windows app that I learned how to code myself just to make it. That's in beta right now, heavily discounted, so people can try it out and test it out, which has over 200 cards in it. And I'd love to get your feedback. But check these out. And if you don't want to do this, don't. Go to my Instagram. The hooks are there for free. Or just make your own notebook and make your own stories.
Nice. Well, again, I am Derek. I'm the co-host of the Dungeon Masters blog podcast.
And I'm Jason Russell. You can find me at jasonplays.games on Instagram and Heaven Help Us TikTok.
Thanks for joining us live at the Dead Wars. Up next is the Scribbling Siblings. Johnny Jensen is the one who wrote the Dead Wars campaign last year, and he and his brother are going to chat with you about all that good stuff coming up next.
song. Yes, please join along if you know the verses. Are you ready? This is a rendition of Rising of the Moon. Oh, come tell me, Sean O'Farrell, tell me why you hurry so. Hush a buckle, hush and listen, and his cheeks were all aglow. I bear orders from the captain, get ye ready quick and soon. For the pikes must be together by the rising of the moon. By the rising of the moon, by the rising of the moon. For the pikes must be together by the rising of the moon. And go, little Farrell, where the gathering is to be. Where the old spot by the river, quite well known to you and me. One more word for signal token, whistle out the marching tune. With your pike upon your shoulders at the rising of the moon. At the rising of the moon, at the rising of the moon. With your pike upon your shoulders at the rising of the moon. Many a well-cavity's eyes were watching through the night. Many a manly heart was beating for that blessed morning light. Murmurs rang along the valley to the banshee's lonely croon. And 1,000 pikes were flashing by the rising of the moon. By the rising of the moon, by the rising of the moon. And 1,000 pikes were flashing by the rising of the moon. Thank you. Thank you.
Good day. I am Ranger Nim of the Rangers of Drael, and I am coming here to all of you to ask for a call to arms. You see, I am not quite familiar with your world of Earth, and I am from the world known as Miscuri. But you see, here in Miscuri, we've been having a bit of a crisis, if you will. Strange artifacts, such as this one, they look like stars plucked out from the sky, have been appearing all over our forests. Here's where you come in. Soon, in the month I believe you call July, our portal to Drael will be opening, and we wish to formally extend an invite to all of you, to all adventurers, able-bodied, strength of mind and whatnot, to come to Fort Lion Hall to help us investigate these strange artifacts, find out what they do and what they mean, and perhaps join one of our 4 amazing guilds. We hear that the Magi, masters of the arcane, are seeking initiates. The Rangers, such as myself, are looking for sharp-eyed and even sharper-wit individuals to join our ranks. Then we have the Guardians, those who wear large plate armor, bear giant great steel swords, looking to defend the land from any harm. We hope you'll join their ranks as well. And finally, we have the Bards, who you have just seen. We need morale high as we try to figure out what these artifacts mean. So please, on behalf of the Kingdom of Drael, we implore you to come join us at Fort Lion Hall this July. Thank you.
Hello? There we go. Thank you all so much for your time. We are Beyond the Gates, and we are a new devised theater company starting up here in American Fork, Utah. You've just seen our Bards Guild and our wonderful NIM as we have talked about our guilds and all that kind of fun stuff. But we are more than happy to have you. Our event starts July 26th, 2024, and ticket sales just went live now on our website. We are currently handing out cards and pamphlets that can link you there, or any one of our wonderful actors can bring you there by tapping their amulet to your smart device. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check, 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 check. Back up more. Oh. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check, 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 check.
Hi, welcome everyone to the Dead Wars. My name is Johnny Jensen.
I'm Sam Jensen.
And we are representing Sibling Scribbles. Sibling Scribbles is the creative podcast from the siblings, the Jensen siblings. We also wrote the Dead Wars. The game that you're playing today was written by us. We wrote last year's game as well. We had an awesome time doing that last year. We had a great time doing that this year. And we are here to just chat with you all as we slowly build up hype for the big event. So I guess to start, the thing that I suppose on everyone's mind is, what is today's game about? And I guess I'm answering that question. Am I answering that question? Do you want to answer that question?
I'm
going to answer that question. So, so this year is a sequel to last year. We wanted people who were a part of the world record game last year to feel like the things that they did really had an effect on this world. And so this year's game is a sequel to that. Last year, Vecna, or Zarthul, if you don't want to be copyright strikes. Vecna was threatening humanity. He was arriving, he wanted to become a god, he was going to destroy everything. and there was all the other gods abandoned the world, except for one. It was Eldath. Eldath, the goddess of the hearth, of the home, of a family. She stayed and she empowered the people of the city to defend themselves against Vecna. And she won. They defeated Vecna, spoilers, and but at a great price, at an incredible price. Eldath gave her life so that the players could have the power necessary to defeat Vecna. Well, time has passed. And in that time, a lot of players have tried to change the world in the absence of Eldath. Powerful beings that are trying to kind of become the head of the pantheon in her absence. And two of these people, Skotos and Eos, are brothers. We have some gorgeous art of them behind us, just absolutely stunning. And these guys are brothers. They arrived in this world and they are here to establish themselves as gods. Well, there are some people who did not want to follow Skotos and Eos. And Skotos and Eos didn't love that. They wanted, to say the least, they didn't love that. It wasn't great. So what they did is they tried their best to essentially enslave the world. They said, if you're not going to worship us of your own free will, we will take away that one great gift you've been given. And that is deeply unfortunate. But the result is a lot of chaos, a lot of horrible acts by these two brothers. Well, these two brothers as well are not exactly in the greatest relationship. Unlike ourselves, Sam.
Aw, we love each other so much.
We love each other so much. But they both want power. They both want power a lot. And so Skotos, the brother of darkness, he has taken one of these cities that rebelled against him. And he has enslaved the people there, turned them into his army of augmented human beings. And we'll come back to those guys in a minute. But he has taken this city and he is turning the world into his realm of darkness. And his brother, Eos, already has his own realm of light. And in a way, Skotos is trying to make a play at his brother. He is trying to say, I am just as powerful as you. I can be more powerful than you. And they are kind of at one another's throats now. And the players are here to liberate that city. The city that was taken by the Dark Brother Skotos, Evenfell, is now occupied by this invading force. And you are here to liberate that city. You are here to bring light and freedom back to these people. So what were some of the inspirations that we had going into this, writing this?
Well, the original prompt we had was the realm of darkness, and that was where we started. And we always had ideas about, did we want demons? Did we want augments? Did we want some type of something in between?
Right. And we decided that demons weren't going to sell very well in Provo, Utah. Right. We just didn't feel like it wasn't a good match.
Hey, there's kids here.
Yeah. Sorry. So we didn't want demons. We didn't want demons, and even shadow demons. Just shadow monsters. We didn't feel like really had the weight that we wanted in this story. This story about these false gods trying to take over. We felt like it wasn't as dynamic or exciting as it could be. And so we came up with essentially fantasy cyborgs, right? These augmented creatures are cyborgs, but instead of robotic pieces across their face, they are pieces of stained glass, panels of stained glass. And this stained glass gives them incredible arcane abilities. And so I don't want to spoil anything else because there's the augments are a very interesting group of monsters that we came up with.
I think some people have the little STL figures, don't they?
That's true. Some people have designed STLs of the monsters. We still did kind of want to keep the theme of demons. So we kept the 7 augments to the 7 deadly sins, and they are. All of their powers are related to each one of those sins, right? So sloth, the sloth monster, causes you to move slowly when you're around it, or the greed monster will steal some of your items, or the wrath monster can deal revenge damage against you. There's lots of all these different mechanics, all these different monsters are still based on these on the sins, and still based on these kind of core ideas of light and dark. But we had the city, the invasion of the city was very much inspired by World War II. It was very much inspired by the liberation of Paris and by D-Day, right? So some of the people who will be, some of the armies that we have fighting for right and for freedom are people who are hitting the beaches like Normandy and who are liberating the city like it's Paris. The reason we did that is because we didn't want people fireballing every building they walked past. Right? These are residences.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had talked a lot about that. We had talked a lot about how we got there. So I don't want to spoil too much, but what else do you feel like we can kind of tease right now for people to hear?
Well, we didn't want the entire adventure to just be 3 to 4 hours of combat. We wanted the place that we designed to be lived in. So we had to design not only new augments and new enemies, but we also had to design new scenarios and roleplay settings.
That's right. We wanted that we decided on a hex crawl of the city because we very much wanted to have unique encounters that weren't just combat. Some players are going to want 4 hours of combat. There's that option, right?
There are people with those character sheets that come.
They will absolutely thrive if they really do want to do that.
The right DM, right players.
Right DM, right players. But not everyone is like that. So you're right. We wanted to have scenarios where people felt like they were exploring the city, lived in, I guess, is what you said. Was really important to us. Sam, tell us about some of these encounters that we wrote.
Well, it took a few drafts, took a few attempts to get it right. Sometimes the best roleplay scenarios are what you find on the ground, the evidence of people living and the evidence of that pilgrimage, the migration out of the city. So sometimes you find little pieces of memorabilia from the city. Sometimes you find a dagger found in the heart of a book.
Yes, is one of my favorites. I almost removed this. I was doing the final pass on the packet, and the one thing I almost removed was just a pie sitting on a windowsill. It's a bit of an Israel reference when you think about it, right? It is like unleavened bread, right? They didn't even have time to take their pie off the windowsill in their hasty exodus. That was one that I was stared at it for actually 10 minutes. I stared at that page for 10 minutes thinking, can I remove anything else? Should I remove this? I would delete the words and then Control Z, and I just feel like, I was like,
But it has that intrigue like a chest in the middle of a room.
It's not even like made out of good berries or anything. It's just a pie. But you're right. We wanted it to feel lived in, right? We wanted it to feel, and I think that I hope that players find those lived-in scenarios unique. I hope that they feel a sense of discovery as they face all of these things, as they find all of these things for themselves. I really love those are kind of the looting encounters, right? So there's 3 types of encounters everywhere that you go. There's combat, looting, and roleplay. What were some of the roleplay encounters that you were particularly proud of writing? We're kind of bragging right now. We apologize, but we had a good time, and we want you guys to know about it too.
Oh, we put a lot of words into the shore, into finding roleplay encounters there.
For the beach.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I really liked writing stuff about refugees coming to the shores, trying to escape on the ships that brought the soldiers there, right? They're trying to get on the ships and get out. It's kind of scary. Look, if you've ever been next to the ocean at night, that is terrifying. You can totally understand why Lovecraft was scared, right? I mean, he was a coward, right? He was a coward, but I get it. Right? Not saying I agree, I'm saying I get it.
Yes.
Was there anyone in particular that you really liked?
Well, you were the final pass. I threw a lot at the board, but ultimately it's the stuff that's stuck that was placed in there. So
that's true.
I have to kind of redirect it back to you.
Which ones did you like, Sam? I liked the ones that you allowed in the game.
Let me give you context to a roleplay scenario that's not going to be in the game.
Well, that's fine too. Honestly, if you give us one that's not in the game, then that's bonus content, right? This is behind the scenes.
Behind the
DLC.
scenes.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mine was the prisoner escape, where a group of guards were coming, and the person that the there's a person that you need to save, and a bunch of augments are taking them to prison.
Oh yeah, yes. So you find. I think I did keep that one in. That one's a good one. That one's not the entire scenario, but that's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot. I feel awful. I don't want to spoil any of this, but I have found that when writing these, especially, it takes a team. It takes a whole team. The last year when we wrote this, it was brutal. It was really, really brutal because I tried to do the whole thing on my own. Don't do that, kids. Don't try to do an entire project on your own. It does take a team.
You can do it at home, but you have to do it with other people.
Right, yeah. Don't try this at home, or do, but make sure there are other people there.
Yeah.
It takes a team. It takes a team. The art was done by our sister Marin Bean,
who did art for this packet.
That's right. She did the augment art, which was great. But the cover, you can find the posters and stuff at our booth.
Yeah.
But it took a team. Marin did the art. I had a guy do the hex grid map. I had Chris Otero do that. Really great guy. I would come to you and I would just say, give me just everything. Just throw everything against the wall and let's see what happens. And a lot of it was really good. Some of it is really heart-wrenching stuff.
And you also got storytelling advice from other consultants.
I got a lot of people to help out with that too. I had I know Dan Wells personally, really, really wonderful guy. And I would send him, sometimes I'd send him a draft and say, what do you think of this? What do you think of this draft? And he was brutal. I'm telling you, if you want to feel good about your writing, don't send it to Dan. But if you want better writing, send it to Dan. I think that writing is sometimes we feel like the reason that we write is because we want to have control. We want to feel like we are the sole creator of a piece. But it's just not the case. Right, you need to have a large group of people to make something happen. And I'm greatly appreciative that you helped out so much with this project because there was a lot that I kept in there because you understood how to take this city and breathe life into it by throwing a lot against the wall, right?
Yeah.
The book with the knife in it. That one's a bit of a spoiler too. That one's funny. I don't want to spoil that one.
It's a great one. You got to play the adventure.
There's a lot of fun there. So Sam, tell me about you've published short stories before in Warp and Weave, Journal of Short Stories. Tell me what the creative process looks like when you start introducing more people into the process.
So the Warp and Weave is a creative writing journal at Utah Valley University. I have published a few stories in it, and I'm very thankful to
you. Holy cow, Sam, you might have the record.
Okay. I've enjoyed working with them. And it always brings me back. Warp and Weave it publishes its own journal, and it's made out of a composition of editors and typesetters. And the purpose of the club is to publish short stories and to teach editors how to become better editors. And something that I learned recently, we're all still beginners in a way.
That's right.
Something that I learned about editing is that it's all about trying to remove the obstacles between the writer and the reader. Editors create that clarity. Editors create that space for that imagination.
That is. I don't know if I've heard that before, but that makes so much sense, and I love that because I think sometimes when we create something, we have the vision, right? We have this huge, incredible vision for how this is supposed to be. And being a creator is just sometimes excruciatingly painful because you want people to see that vision the way that you see it. But you can't, right? The mediums by which we communicate are just not good enough to communicate those ideas to people.
We can't Bluetooth our transcript to people.
Not yet. Elon's gonna do it. I just know he will. Elon's gonna make those brain chips.
The Neuralink, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna make the Neuralink, and then everyone will know exactly what I mean.
But until then, we look for editors and we thank our editors.
Yes, and it's really, really beneficial because that's exactly what Dan did. It's exactly what Dan did. I've had Keith Powell. Keith Powell's another friend of ours who gave it an editing pass, and he did say, like, this is, like, just for clarity, add something in right here. And I'll be honest, the first few times that I received edits, the first thing I wanted to do was bite their face off. Just like, are you serious? I did everything perfectly. How could you say that to me? And it was not a great reaction. I need to get more sleep. But the
Yeah, never get criticism at like 1 a.m.
yeah, never take criticism is perfect for like 10 a.m., right? 10 a.m.
Yes.
You had breakfast.
Yeah.
You have the energy going.
You had your morning paper.
Yes. You warmed
Yeah.
up a little bit. I'm writing a book, and I had a friend of mine who's a professional editor, Nick Mills.
Yeah.
Nick Mills did an edit, and I watched him write notes and do edits of the book in live time. It was on Google Docs, and he would like make a note, and in live time, I watched as he ripped apart this book that I had spent so much time on. It was like being awake during open heart surgery, right? And hearing the doctor go, oh, that's not good. Right? It was awful. It was so terrible. But it was great. It was really, really great. Having that community, having someone that was there to make the product better by just saying, make this clearer, or I don't understand why this is here. I don't understand why this feeling is there. And in both scenarios, with both Dan and with Nick, in both scenarios, they would start the process, and sometimes they would say, I don't understand this is confusing. And then later in the process, they would say, actually, never mind, I understand it now, that's great.
Yeah.
I love that, like that confusion was good. I'm glad that confusion paid off. And with Dead Wars, it was especially so, right? I think that having, there was a lot about this. I know that today's session is connected to tomorrow's session.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was a lot of trying to figure out how to make these two things connect in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
And I guess that's not something that I can spoil here, right? That's for players to find out.
Yeah, we're really excited for people to find out.
Oh yeah. And I think that the joy of Dungeons and Dragons is. We've been ramping ourselves up for a while. All right, we're gonna hit. Let's hit the actual subject. The actual subject of this conversation is the creativity through collaboration, right? Creativity through community, and Dungeons and Dragons is the apotheosis of that. So tell me a little bit about that, Sam. Tell me what apotheosis means, because it's my word of the day.
Apotheosis. It's a form of transcendence. It's a form of unity between things.
Right.
Dungeons and Dragons has a great amount of collaboration and a coming together of ideas, mutual understandings, and honestly shared jokes. That's why, half of jokes in Dungeons and Dragons are inside jokes, because you gotta be inside to know it.
Trying to explain an inside joke from Dungeons and Dragons is like trying to explain a dream you had a week ago, right? It's tough. It is tough to explain those jokes from D&D. But with those people that you experienced it with, it's powerful because it was something you created together. It was something that really meant something to you and to them. A really good example of that is we played Waterdeep Dragon Heist.
Yeah.
And you guys decided that with your brand new bar, you were going to, invent fried chicken.
That was great. You can do that.
Yeah.
Do that at home. That's great. We love that.
We invented fried chicken, and then you guys invented drive-thrus. You were like, wait a minute, drive-thrus and fried chicken are like the core of America. We're about to be the most successful fried chicken joint in Waterdeep. And
it took the same amount of divine inspiration to create a drive-through as it did to create fried chicken.
Yeah.
And it was worth it. It was worth it in the end.
I was the DM and I wasn't having it. I did not like it. I was like, no. You're not ruining the economy over fried chicken. But it was kind of genius. It was really, really genius that you guys were like, look, I see a medieval town and I have modern day knowledge. I will now bring my modern day knowledge here and I will change the world. And I think that was the reason I'm bringing it up is because it was something that we did together, and it's something that I still feel very fondly about every time I get canes, right? Every time I get canes. Are there any moments like that just as an example, are there any moments like that you can think of from D&D that just really still stick out to you as kind of the perfect communal creation moment?
So at the end of Waterdeep Dragon Heist, we pulled off the heist, and we had all the money right next to us, but we had a choice to make. A choice was given to us. We could save someone dear to someone else, and with the possibility of future adventure, or we could keep everything that we worked for. And ultimately, we traded in all of our treasure for the opportunity of further adventure. It was a great choice, and it was one of my favorite parts of that. One of my many favorite parts of that campaign.
Right, but did you feel like that was your guys' choice, right? At the end of the day, you chose what the ending of that story was going to be. And today, that was a big reason that we wrote the Dead Wars games the way that we have, is we wanted players to feel like their decisions were affecting truly everybody else present. That their actions, that their choices meant something in this grand collaborative tale that we're telling. And in D&D, you do that a lot. You do it a lot, where your decisions just kind of cascade and snowball into something insane. But it's still beautiful.
It's a system that allows you to see the beauty of consequence.
Oh, that's good. I like. Oh, I'm getting that crocheted, man. That's
just crochet the heck out of that.
That is beautiful. Can you crochet words onto something? I don't know.
I don't know. PowerPoint is just as good.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with that. It is the beauty of consequence.
It's like seeing like a bunch of stuff fall onto the ground in perfect, beautiful slow motion. You know?
Yes. It is perfect for heists. I think
Yes.
D&D is perfect for heists because heists are just this like massive buildup, and then the domino fall into the perfect ending. It doesn't even matter if the perfect ending is good, right? Like,
Yeah. You can fail in Dungeons and Dragons and still be the winner.
Horribly, just absolutely horribly.
You get destroyed.
But I think that's kind of the fun of D&D, is that D&D doesn't even have it. Even if the story is unsatisfying, the game can still be uniquely cathartic and exciting. I mean, I complain about this a lot sometimes because I'm like, D&D is not a good medium for telling stories because you can't guarantee satisfying conclusions. But actually, that's kind of one of the many strengths of D&D. I've been in a handful of games now where characters die. Characters die very, very suddenly from just freak dice rolls. And it's not satisfying. It's very sudden. It's very upsetting, actually.
Yeah.
But it's kind of awesome. You're right. It's the beauty of consequence. D&D is collaborative, beautiful, messy consequences. Thankfully, it's a very safe space. 5 minutes? Because if it wasn't a safe space, right? I've heard of some D&D tables that just absolutely devolve into chaos when something goes wrong. But I absolutely love how things. I love how things adapt when things go wrong in Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's wonderful. I think it's really, really wonderful.
So, what's something that you want to tell the players right now across the internet or right in front of us that you think can prepare them for the beauty of that consequence you have laid ahead of us?
Well, the number one thing you can do is listen to the Sibling Scribbles podcast, the sibling podcast for the creative process. Now, the number one thing that I recommend for players and how to prepare for that is to let go. Really, truly let go. D&D is a game about feeling. It really has so many things about it that is about planning and building and getting everything to be just perfect. But no matter how much perfection you plan for, something is going to go wrong. And in real life, it's the same way. Accept the fact that things are going to get messy and that that's part of the fun. Enjoy the chaos of the game and just kind of feel your way through it, because you're not going to get the optimal run. You're never going to have it. It doesn't exist. So enjoy what you get instead, which is beautiful, messy, awesome consequences. What about yourself, Sam? What kind of advice do you give for, I guess you don't write as much Dungeons and Dragons, you write quite a bit of short stories and models and things. What kind of advice would you give to people who want to jump into writing?
Well, one way that you can define creative writing, or any writing for that matter, is writing the same sentence the same way over and over and over again, or in different ways. Sometimes you have to say what you want to know, or say what you want to imply and express, and you have to say that over and over and over again in different ways, in similar ways. And that exploration of language and the exploration of meaning, especially in gameplay environments applicable to Dungeons and Dragons, is important.
That's friggin' beautiful. I should take a creative writing class. You're just dropping little nuggets of wisdom on me today. I wasn't ready for.
You have the. I got you to ground me.
All right. I am being given the. Yeah, you can end if you want. Look. So we are going to sign off. I am Johnny Jensen.
I'm Sam Jensen.
The way you can find us is you can look us up on siblingscribblespodcast.com. We can be found on Spotify and YouTube, and not Apple. They won't let me make an account, so darn you, Apple. But you can find my webcomic on shepherdkeldbales.com, and you can find the Dead Wars, the massive session that we wrote last year on DriveThruRPG. Thank you so much for listening and for tuning in, and good luck today at the Dead Wars.
Good luck.
Oh, shucks.
All right, Dead Wars players. We are almost ready. We are an hour and 15 minutes away from the main event. Thank you. I want to update some things as well as talk about some really cool opportunities to win some prizes. But first off, let me tell you real quick, 3 p.m. seating starts. If you have a seat, you need to get to it. Dungeon Masters especially. I need butts and chairs. 3:30. If your Dungeon Master is not at your table at that time, you need to come to registration and let us know. At 3:45, if you are not in your seat is forfeit. That is not good, so make sure you're in your seat. Now, I know there's some people who have talked to their Dungeon Masters about showing up late. That is exempt, of course, but if you see an empty spot at your table and the player isn't there, 3:45, that seat is forfeit. What will then happen, all Dungeon Masters, give me an ear. At 3:45, we will ask the Dungeon Masters to hold up your report card if you have empty seats. So Dungeon Masters, 3:45, I will ask you if you have an empty seat to hold up your report card. We will then send players to your tables who their Dungeon Masters didn't show up, and that's how we're gonna filter out to everyone. You'll have to listen very carefully to announcements around that time, because we might even have to open up seating for 7 people at a table if suddenly a bus full of Dungeon Masters fell off a cliff and we're suddenly short 20 Dungeon Masters. So be paying attention to that. All right, so that's the logistics stuff out of the way. If a player has contacted a DM, they are okay to be late. Like, their seat is not forfeit. I'm just saying, if you don't know where your player is and they're not at 3:45, we'll give it to somebody who is here. All right, I want to draw your attention to some of the amazing prizes and raffle items that we have. So we have, this is Epic Armory LARP. Okay, so we have foam arrows and a really cool sword and a LARP safe bow. We have a LARP safe bow. That is the grand prize for today's raffle. How to get a raffle ticket? Complete the quest. If you've completed the quest, you can get a raffle ticket for free. Also, everyone who has bought items at the merch will also be entered into that raffle. But wait, there's more. Dungeon Master Direct has offered us an exclusive $100 set of gemstone dice. These puppies are, actually Dungeon Master gave this to me personally, so I'm just kidding. No, this is also one of the raffle items. We will have some other raffle items as well. Now, tables, listen up. There are ways for your table to earn prizes. We will hand out little scorecards for your table. Table that rolls the most nat 20s. Table that rolls the most nat 1s. Table that deals or kills the most enemies. These are ways your table can score points, and the table with the most kills or most nat 1s, you're going to get a special prize. And we're going to announce all that stuff at 8 p.m. So 8 p.m., we will announce the results of the game, and we will also announce the winners, and then we will do a final raffle drawing. All right, that is about the end of the announcements. 2:33, so 3 o'clock, I will do a seating call. 3 o'clock, I'll do a seating call. So finish up your shopping and grab your food now. Go to the bathroom, because we're about to get into it. Thank you.
members of Geek Together.
You're turned off.
I have two.
I got one.
Dose.
Kevin.
You have three? Okay. So, what's the issue? Yeah, I'll ask the questions, yeah.
Pull and yell at the camera. I know that won't work, sorry.
It feels kind of nice to have problems and know that I'm not the one that's causing them or responsible. It's relaxing.
Is the mic on? Okay. All right, we're good. We're ready to go. All right, to the sound people, I'd like to tell you thank you for that valuable feedback that we just had. That was absolutely wonderful. Let everyone know that we'll be starting. My name is Eric Ashby, and I happen to be the father of Andy Ashby, who is the one who came to me a couple years ago, and he said, "You know, Dad, why don't we set a world record for the largest D&D campaign?" And I've actually been working with Andrew over the years on the business here, and so we thought, we get asked a lot, like, how did the business grow? Where did we come from? And so that's what we thought we'd talk about for the next little bit. And we have on stage a lot of people from parts of our business. So I'm going to have them introduce themselves, and then we want to talk a little bit about We Geek Together and all the different parts of it.
Hi, I am Nate. I am the CEO of Sea Dragon Cove.
My name is Kevin Owens. I'm the VP of Engineering for We Geek Together, and I'm the CEO of GM Dice.
I'm Everett Ashby. I am Andy's brother, one of the original co-founders of We Geek Together.
And as I was called today, I'm Andy's mum, and I loved how they said mum. And I'm one of the founding members of We Geek Together too.
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Fawn Ashby.
Mom.
I like a mum, tavern mum.
So you can see we actually have quite a few parts of our organization. We've got Sea Dragon Cove, we have GM Dice, and then we have We Geek Together. And so we're actually a group of companies that have come together as part of We Geek Together. And so what I want to do actually is just ask each Sea Dragon Cove and Kevin with GM Dice just to give us a little short history about where your company, and then we'll talk about how we came together and how we're doing this entire show. So,
Thank you, Eric. So, my wife and I started Sea Dragon Cove about 3 years ago, and we started off mainly in manufacturing. We make a bunch of different products, including our leather hair wraps. We do laser engraved items. We have a selection down over on our tabletop. But we started off at Evermore Park, and that's where we got our beginnings. We had just a little 10 by 10 to start with, and within one season, we upgraded to half of a main tent. And we were lucky enough to share that tent with We Geek Together. Our products and their products meshed so well together that people could not tell where one awesome ended and the other awesome started. So we would all the time have customers bringing transactional items from Geek Together over to the Sea Dragon side, and it's like, sorry, that's awesome, but I can't ring you up. You got to go back over. And so they pitched the idea that we merge together into one new corporation, and it has been amazing ever since.
So I'm Kevin, and we started GM Dice back in 2008, selling dice online back when it was not very common to do so, right? Lots and lots of people are selling dice now, but back then there were just a few of us. And so we had been running that for a long time. My professional background is in e-commerce, and so that's mostly what I did. It was, I didn't go to a lot of fairs, I didn't have a brick and mortar store, I was selling online. And a few years ago I started to try to diversify my product line. I started making candles for Dungeons and Dragons so that when you're playing you can have a more immersive experience by not just dressing in costume or having painted miniatures, but by being able to have, you know, a scent as well that helps transport you to the deserts or to the caves or to the forests, wherever you want to go. And those turned out to be very popular. And at one time, one of the Ashby's daughters had found my shop and told Eric and Fawn about it, and so I got contacted and I started selling to them wholesale, where they would go to their booths and at Evermore and places like that and sell the candles alongside their other products, and people liked them. We developed a good working relationship that way, and more recently we found we liked working together, and we had some complementary strengths and weaknesses. The areas of the business that I was good at, or things that they needed help in, and the things that I needed help in, they were good at, and so it seemed like a very good opportunity for us to geek together by joining up forces, and now we're stronger together than we would be separately.
All right, thanks, and we're super glad and super happy to have both Sea Dragon Cove and GM Dice working with us. So I'm going to give just a little history about us, but I want to also talk about kind of the roots of like what is it that we're trying to do. And on stage we have Everett and Fawn. They're actually part of the founding, what we call the founding trio with Andy. And Everett, tell us what was the thing that you first started when you started getting into this business?
Right, well, I remember it started a long, long time ago in a land far, far away.
A land called Evermore.
A land called Evermore, yes. It was the year of our good people, 2020, yeah. The year of the pandemic. And it was kind of right in the thick of it, right in that summer. Evermore was still open during weekends, and they had started offering a vendor's market. And I remember Andrew coming over to the house.
Oh, we're getting that great feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, I'll give you mine.
We'll just switch the one mic.
Yeah, I remember Andy coming over to the house, and he's like, hey, this place that we love, Evermore, that we've been going to since it opened, started hosting vendor markets, and we had never done anything like that before. But he had gotten a 3D printer that he was making minis with. I had gotten into leather making as my quarantine hobby. And so we opened up our first booth at Evermore with 3 items, Leatherworks, D&D minis, and hand-sewn masks, because Mom was sewing masks because it was a pandemic. Yeah. And then pretty much every weekend we were walking away with empty tables, and it was a fantastic experience. But yes, for me specifically, what got me into it was the leatherworking, because I'd love to make parts of armor for costume and cosplay for people going to the park or for their own recreational use. But yeah, that's how I got started.
Tell us about your masks.
Oh, I was just going to say ditto to whatever it said. I started making fabric face masks for the pandemic. I did it for Andrew's crew at Jimmy John's. I did it for the Evermore staff. I did it for our booth. And then I slowly transitioned into making leather armor with Everett. He taught me his craft, and I've been making leather armor with him ever since. And now we're too busy to make our leather armor, and we want to make our leather armor. But, yep.
I do remember the day. It was a year later, in the summer of 2021, where I had the idea pop into my head, and I called Andy. I'm like, Andrew, I know that we've been doing these markets, mostly Evermore. We had branched out and done some Ren fairs at that point. But what if we opened up a game store where we sold Ren fair items, not like your regular game store, and made a space for people who love Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop RPGs to come and play together? He's like, interesting, but we should do it online first. At least that's what I remember. Yeah.
Well, so Andrew came to me at that time and he said, okay, so I'm the dad, which means I am the background investor. And he came to me, he's like, Dad, I've got this idea of we're going to open this game store. And I remember him coming to me, and we've seen all these game stores, and I said, Andrew, if you're going to do a game store, you have to do something unique and different. And so he and I and the family, we started sitting down and we started thinking about what is We Geek Together? Like, what is it that we're trying to do? And if you remember, we're right in the middle of this pandemic and things were going on, and we realized that the world was suffering from loneliness. You know, we're all cooped up in our houses, and you know, we're all, you know, we're doing everything online, but still everyone was so lonely. And so we said, that's what We Geek Together really needs to do. It needs to battle this pandemic of loneliness and create these experiences. And so Fawn, Everett really latched onto that idea of creating a space where people can come in, where they can feel safe, and they can just have fun being with other people. And so we talked about our name, like what do we want to be called as we were starting up. And we realized that we were being called We Geek Together, but we said that's such a great name because it's about what we do. We invite everybody to come in because we want to geek with everybody. And so that was really the beginning of the store, was to have a place. And when we started, the line went out our door, went down to around where Target was, and then came back to this side. It was, people were waiting for hours just to get in. And then, of course, after that, Andrew was like, well, you know, Dad, why don't we set a world record? You know, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so that's really what we were trying to do, and it was so great because as we're going on this journey, we met up with Kevin, and you know, at GM Dice, we met up with Nate with Sea Dragon Cove, and they just had that same vision of like, how can we invite and be with others? You know, Kevin was doing a great thing with us online. Nate really had some great product, and so we thought just coming together would be how we could really take this vision of providing these great experiences. So that's really the source of what we're trying to do. So I don't know, what was, I mean, you guys, we've talked about this vision before. I don't know if you guys have any takes on like, any thoughts about, Fun? Yeah, I'll give it over to Fun.
Something I just kind of wanted to mention. Yes, we have a game store, but we kind of have a family mission statement. And it's create your fantasy, live the adventure. And the way we make ourselves different is if you go into our store, it's not a regular game store, it's like a medieval tavern. And I don't think you get that at any other game store you go to. So we want to create an experience that people are going to remember and have fun at. And I just love our mission statement because I think it incorporates what all of us are working towards.
To be fair, I never liked the name Geek Together at first. I feel like it's long, doesn't roll off the tongue, but the sentiment is absolutely something that I adhere to.
All right, sorry to interrupt my family here, but it is now 3 o'clock. Players and Dungeon Masters, it is now 3 o'clock, so we are now doing seating for the Dead Wars. 1 hour away until we roll dice. So, key thing, 3 o'clock you find your table and sit down. By the way, people have been moving chairs. If you get to a table and your table does not have chairs, grab chairs from a faraway table that hopefully no one's sitting at. I apologize for the inconvenience. There's chair goblins. Anyway, you know who you are. You know who you are. All right, so 3 o'clock, you're sitting down at your table. Your dungeon master isn't there. Keep on sitting at your table. At 3:30, if your dungeon master is still not there, come and report to registration. You will hang out at registration with us. We will give a warning at 3:30, and then 3:45 is when we will start filtering. Dungeon masters who are at your tables, thank you for being prepared. at 3:45, if you have unaccounted players for, hold up your colored card. You all should have a colored reporting card. So hold up your colored card, and that will signify I have spots at my table. That will allow more people to filter in. If you are a confident DM, you can even filter in 7 players to possibly 8 players if you are so comfortable. Our goal is to get everyone playing who has the tickets. We understand some dungeon masters have dropped out, and we just ask for everyone's patience. 4 o'clock is when dice roll, so please keep an ear on these announcements as we continue to go forward. My volunteers, who are my generals, please meet me by the backdrop of the twin gods. I will now stop being the microphone hog and give it back to my family. Thank you.
So here's a commercial break. While you guys are playing, if anybody needs a mobile healer, if you get a paper cut and need a Band-Aid, we will have a mobile tavern healer walking around. They can also take out your trash, your rubbish, your refuge. And they have snacks if you guys need snacks. So the mobile tavern healer, look for them as they walk around if you need any help.
Do note that the mobile tavern healer will not actually give your characters any buffs during the game.
Also, if there is a medical emergency, we are not qualified to help with that, only paper cuts. I've only got Band-Aids and ibuprofen and Tylenol. So if it's a true medical emergency, you may have to call 911.
Okay, I just want to say one more thing, just about cooperation. I was running a business mostly by myself for a long time, and I found that I was limited in what I could do. And one time my sister and her family were visiting from Maryland, and they saw what I was doing and they wanted to help, and so I started working with them, and I found it was so much better to have help, right? Because they can make and ship products in the East, and I can make and ship them in the West, and that kind of opened me up to this opportunity, and I feel like it's so much better cooperating with other people. Just like in a game of Dungeons and Dragons, you need a wizard and a rogue and a fighter and a cleric, whatever. Everyone has their own personalities and their strengths and weaknesses, and it's so nice to be with people who are making things happen, and I can be a part of that. Thank you.
Now, I talked about me a little bit with Sea Dragon Cove, and I did mention my wife, but I didn't give enough credit to her. So my wife is our illustrator and graphic designer for We Geek Together and Sea Dragon Cove. So all of these amazing Dead Wars logos, the Geek Together logo, these are all illustrated and drawn by my wife. She's recently a global artist winner in the L. Ron Hubbard Illustrators of the Future. We're displaying a shirt here. So my wife does pretty well most of any of the art you're going to see within the Geek Together environment. So kudos to Jenny.
All right, so, and I think we've talked about, how we've got together, kind of all the different things that we do, but we haven't talked about what I think has been the most important part of the We Geek Together. And, it all started really small with literally a single table at Evermore. And just one table, and Andrew was there, and people would come up to him and they would support him. Even though he had these nerdy 3D prints that he was doing or dice or whatever, people just come up and just interact with him, and they loved what he was doing. And so we really caught on to that love and that energy that they had. And then so he did 2 tables and then 4 tables, and then he did the store. And it really has been everybody that's here, even last year when we were doing the world record, and even this year when we're going to blow that record just completely out of the water, it is because everybody here has been supporting this idea of we geeking together. So I do want to pause and just give everybody here a round, just give yourself an applause for all of everybody here showing up, because it's so great just to see all of you joining us here at We Geek Together, because that's really what has made all of this possible, and I just want to thank everybody for that. So it is the 3 o'clock hour. Things are getting going, so I think we're going to step off the stage now. But thank you for letting us share a little bit of our story. Live your adventure. Yes, and live your adventure.
Hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, check, check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8.
All right, it is now 3:30. 3:30, half hour to go. So, if your dungeon master is not at the table, please report to registration. If your dungeon master is not at your table, please report to registration. Dungeon masters, prepare and get ready. At 3:45, we will start filtering players back to you. If you are a willing and noble dungeon master and you feel like you can even go above 6, offer that as well as we start to filter people. I will let you know at 3:45 how many players we're looking to seat. Good luck. All right, players. There might have been some confusion. Look at the end of your table. If there is a dungeon master, you are good. If there is not a dungeon master, you need to make your way down to registration because we will reseat you at 3:45. If you are not here at 3:45, you can't play. So, if you don't have a DM, be at registration. All right. Players. Wow. All right, players. It is almost time to seize our destiny. Dungeon Masters, I am now looking to you. If you have a spot or two, lift up your colored card. I have about 8 players who need another spot. All right. Do we have you two right here? You're going to VIP 10 on the other side of this ring. Those of you players who need players, please be meeting here in front of the mural. Dungeon Masters, if you have a card, if you have spots, show me fingers. How many fingers? 2. All right. 2 up. Are you 2 together? You 2? All right. You're going up to the man in blue there. Thank you. 5. Is there a group of 4 or 5 players? 4. You see right there. There's that person in black shirt. You'll be playing with them. Thank you. All right. You still need someone. I am looking for one other. All right. You're going there. No, we found players. Is this a group of 3? 3 spots open. Follow this person right here. Oh, is it 4? Are you all 4 together? No, 2. Okay, you 2 go. All right, I have 2 last people. All right, you 2, you see up there? Dungeon Masters, you are the best. I want to give a round of applause to all of our Dungeon Masters, please. The Dungeon Masters have been working really hard to make this game possible. Dungeon Masters, keep an eye out for your generals. Remember when you need to report to your generals, and your generals will be reporting to the head Dungeon Master themselves, Dax. All right. This is the last you will hear of my melodious voice until after the game. Good luck to you all. May your crits be natural.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. Hey, 1 2 1 2.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Dead Wars! Now, before we get started, who was here last year? Oh, quite a bit. Who is here for the first time? All right, all right. Now, those of you who were here last year, how many of you were on the wall? How many of you were on the cavalry? Gatekeepers. I think I'm forgetting one. What was it? I already said City Guard. All right, and now we're here for an even bigger, an even bolder, and spookier story. If you don't know me, my name is Dax Levine. I am a professional dungeon master. I run Dungeon Master Direct. I was this guy, Vecna, last year. I'm going to be a good guy this year, I promise. You guys were really mean yelling at me and telling me Vecna stinks, so I requested to be a good guy. Just kidding. There's going to be lots of spooky fun things going on. We have an incredible game lined up, and the real stars of the show who've been putting so much work and so much effort into this are the DMs at each of your tables. So let's give it up for all of your dungeon masters. And the play packet that has been provided to you was written by none other than Johnny Jensen, the same author of Dead Wars last year. I don't know where he's at, but everyone cheer for Johnny Jensen! And of course, none of this would be possible if it wasn't for We Geek Together, headed by none other than Andrew Ashby and the rest of the Ashby clan. So give it up for everyone at We Geek Together. Okay. Now, a couple of housekeeping things before we begin, before we start our adventure. You may remember last year I had my captains going around offering quests and giving some additional incentives and rewards for your adventuring. I have 4 captains with me now, and I would like to introduce them. Could I get my captains to come to the stage? Everybody meet your captains. Now, each of these captains is going to represent one of the major divisions who are assaulting the city of Evenfell. First off, we have Kirsten. Kirsten is going to be, who are you going to be representing, Kirsten?
Hello, everyone. I am today Captain Sariel, and I will be representing our liberators. Let me hear our liberators. Okay, liberators, any time that we have a liberator chant, the sweetest sound to us is free feet upon the ground. So every time we chant, our chant is just stomping. All right, let's go, liberators. Woo!
Where are my paratroopers? All right, you apes, you want to live forever? No! We're going in fast. That'll keep those fighters off our tail. We're going to do it. We're going to go in and we're going to take them all out. And I will be there right with you the whole way. Let's go!
All right, I need my call for my raiders. Raiders! We are going to make sure everyone here comes out alive and make sure those that fall will be remembered. Raiders, we will do our part for everyone. Let me hear you. Raiders! Where are my vanguards? It is not enough that they kicked us out of our home. It is not enough that they took away our very soul of where we are from. We will take it back.
Again, where are my vanguards? One more cheer for our captains. Now they will be coming around. They will be offering additional quests, additional rewards. So get ready for an incredibly immersive game. The last thing that we want when we plan this, we don't want 200 tables playing separate games of D&D. Everything is going to be connected. Your successes and your failures will affect the other tables around you and even on the other side of the mall, because this is all one game of Dungeons and Dragons. Now, another thing, we have a special musical tone that will let you know that we're going to have special announcements here on the stage. And that musical tone is... That's so cheerful. Could we get like that in a minor key at least? No, it's great. It's wonderful. Let's hear that tone again. It just makes me smile. It's like so happy. So whenever you hear that tone, just know the stakes are going to be raised and you're getting that much closer to death. It's a deceptive tone. All right. So, captains, I would like each of you to go to your stations and start rallying your troops as we begin our story. Could I get some cool mood music, please? All right, everybody. Some of you have been waiting over a year for this. It's going to be even bigger and better than last year. It's been a long time since the fall of Vecna and the sacrifice of Eldath, and new civilizations have been built in the ashes of that victory. But the city of Evenfell has fallen. Two pretenders pretending to be gods are claiming the lands of the mortals for their own. And the city of Everfell has been taken by none other than the Prince of Darkness, Skotos. If you see Skotos today, beware his words, his pretty promises, his delicious lies. He wants to enslave and control you, and he will promise you peace. He will promise you joy. Do not trust Skotos. Skotos and his army of augments have taken over the city of Evenfell, and it is up to each of you to take that city back! In addition to your dungeon master, I will also be playing the role of Prince Haydn, the son of the assassinated queen, who wants to reclaim his throne in the name of his mother and bring the city of Evenfell back to the people. And Prince Haydn has planned out a four-pronged assault of the city to reclaim it from the augment armies. First, the vanguard will be taking the walls back. Give it up for the vanguard! The raiders will sneak in through the waterways, coming up and stealing supplies from the enemy forces and redistributing those supplies to our forces. Give it up for the raiders! There are numerous prisoners trapped in the Inquisitorium, and the liberators shall free them. Where are the liberators? And last but not least, our secret weapon We are taking this battle to the skies. The paratroopers are coming in, feather falling onto the city to kill enemy targets, their leaders, and sow chaos in their ranks. Where are the paratroopers? You all have your goals. You all have your mission. We must take back Evenfell. And now, this is our final chance to gather together, knowing that some of you will not make it, knowing that some of you will be left behind, but never forgotten, always remembered. Many will die, many will perish, but think of the legions more who will live and will have peace, free from the shadows, free of Skotos. This is our final chance. For Evenfell! Phase one, done.
All right, everyone. Can you hear me? My name's Stan Partus.
I'm
and-
Rob Egan.
Yeah, we're from Boss Battles, and we're going to be doing some commentating on your session today.
Yeah, so we heard what's going on with the story so far, and we're in Evenfell right now with the forces of the Vanguard, paratroopers, the Raiders, and the paratroopers all coming in to retake the city all at once. What do you think about that, Stan?
Well, I was here initially on vacation in Evenfell and managed to get out just as you know, the invasion occurred. So I'm glad to see that there is some resistance.
So tell me about the resistance. What's going on? We heard of a darkness overtaking the city.
Yeah, so there are definitely some bad dudes who came on in, and I believe they're just trying to assault the citizens of the city and corrupt them and such. They almost got me, and I managed to get away. Normally I'm not shying from a battle, but then I thought it could be better use up here.
And I gotta say, all the players here today are going to take that city, and they're going to really rally to get it back. I think the forces here are all raring to go.
Yeah, it looks like a good crowd, and hopefully they got enough barbarians with them. Because once you got a couple of those, you're good.
Well, I know you always are particular to barbarians, being one yourself. However, a lot of great fighters in there too.
Let's get your rage on.
And clerics and paladins. So let's hear a little bit more about what you think the strategy for the paratroopers are. They said that they're going to be dropping in. Is that right?
Yeah, they're entering a part of the city called the Royal Gardens, and it had a little bit of time to explore it. It's you know, it had been a picturesque place, but I hear that it's been corrupted. And so that's a start point, and I believe they're meeting some heavy resistance down there.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of resistance, especially as they move through the city. I think the paratroopers have it tough, though, because they're just dropping right in the middle, where the other ones are starting on the edges.
I don't know if anybody's got a glimpse yet of the, you know, the main invader. Have you seen him around? I've been looking for him.
Looking for who?
For Skotos.
Yes, I know the Dark Lord Skotos is going around and trying to interfere in the attempts of the forces that are trying to reclaim the city.
Yeah. I'd like to have a few words with him, that's for sure.
Oh, I know when it comes to Dark Lords, I try to avoid them, but I would like to, it would be nice to hear his side.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a great explanation for everything.
In any case, yeah, Evenfell is definitely going to be difficult to retake, but we are here to make sure and report on what happens and when things are going down.
Yeah, well, let's give him a little spell to get settled in, and then maybe I'll get out there and check him.
In any case, with the Vanguard are supposed to be taking on the wall on the outside. How do you think they're going to come up against a lot of resistance there?
Well, I don't know, that wall is 10 foot tall. Like, how much resistance can there be? I suppose it's going to be a tough battle, but at least they don't have very far to go up. It's 10 foot. At least that's what I read. I'm not sure. I'm barbarian. I don't have the best memory sometimes.
Is that in Imperial or metric system?
Yeah. It's 10 to something.
10 of something. But in any case, whatever it may be, I know that's where a lot of the forces are going to try to be defending Evenfell.
Yep, right on.
In any case, this is going to be exciting to see what happens when they try to retake Evenfell and where they're going to go. They're hitting many different points at once. We know that the paratroopers are coming down from the top. We know the Vanguard are hitting the wall, and we know that both the Liberators and the Raiders are coming in from the sea.
Yeah, coming in by sea, and the Raiders, their job is to secure the supplies and then distribute them. And the Liberators, they're going to be the ones who are trying to rescue people from getting transformed up in the Inquisitorium. And just the name of that does kind of make me shudder. On my way out, I was able to see that area. It's just like it's like a warehouse. It's creepy, right? There's lots of warehouses, rusted metal and such. And then I heard a lot of screams coming from there. I saw flashes of glass, and then I saw some. I don't know if I could call them creatures, but they're coming out the other side, and they had like glass on them.
Well, in any case, that sounds like it's going to be a nightmare to go through, and the Liberators making sure that the citizens of Evenfell are protected and they are making sure that they get out unharmed is just as important as making sure that the city doesn't fall.
Yeah, right. It's the people. It's the people that make the city.
So what do we know about Skotos?
Skotos, he's a dude. He's a man, I guess. He's the wrong guy for the time. He's something that not good for the city. And I don't know. You said you seem to want him to explain himself. I don't think there's no explaining away when you got a glaive in front of you. I think we should just
sometimes
take it to him.
Sometimes there's no redemption for some of these, and we do know that Skotos is the Dark Lord that has taken over the city. Found the opportunity of when taking a moment of weakness to be able to go through and assassinate their queen while taking over.
Yeah. What's that about the queen? I couldn't hear you there, Rob.
Oh, sorry. It was just about the assassination of the queen, which is why Prince Highlands has formed this counterattack to be able to retake the city that is rightfully his.
Oh, yeah, right. Obviously, I got that gist of it when I was on vacation. There was a big deal about the queen. It's an anniversary, I think. Yeah. So, yeah, Skotos taking advantage of an anniversary to surprise the city and then force them to join his plan. I don't know. It's not right.
I can tell you just from looking from here, though, there's all the fighters, all the factions going in to help retake the city, all the captains. It is exciting down here because I can see everyone just working together and just fighting against all these forces.
Yeah. All right.
Definitely looks like there are augments that are going through the city that were once human, but have now been turned into something and corrupted, some sort of monstrosity.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like my dinner last night. But yeah, but definitely changed to monstrous. I don't know. What do you say? Do you want to just like give them a spell to get settled in, and then come back and talk in a couple of minutes? Yeah.
People of Evenfell, it is I, the true ruler of Evenfell, Skotos. I have claimed your land.
You have an opportunity. Will you worship me or will you resist? Sounds like you've made your choice. Understand this. Resist me, join me, do whatever you like. You will all worship me. So, do your worst.
All right, so we just heard from Skotos there. I don't like the look of that dude, and the name, frankly, sounds judgy to me.
I mean, especially with the way that he just acts, being so confident and proud. That's
Yeah.
it's something that is definitely worrying.
Yeah, I'm worried about that guy. He's up to no good, and you know, he's got horns on his head. Like that's a signal not to be trusted.
Well, I would say it's more about the two swords he's carrying. I don't know what type of damage he would do with those.
Yeah, two horns and two swords.
Two horns, two swords. In any case, it definitely sounds like he is ready for whatever the resistance has to offer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Stand. Stand. All right, this is Stamp Artus. We're out in the battlefield. I'm here visiting with one of the tables. Which group are y'all right now? Paratroopers. I don't question. How was the journey down? Like, how did you actually physically get down into the city? Was that just, you? Oh, Featherfall. Yeah, I was wondering if you had to just like take the damage from the fall. No, you Featherfalled in. Okay, yeah. All right, nice. And what are you fighting right now?
I'm not quite sure what it is, but what is it? Sloth Augment and his other augments. Yeah.
Sloths and Wrath augments. Yeah, and they got some like stained glass coming off of them, right? Yeah. All right. Right on.
Just so you know, it's a little hard to hear, so if you can speak a little louder.
Can I speak a little louder? Yeah, absolutely I can. All right. Thanks, brother. Yeah, I know it looked good. All right.
Heroes of Evenfell, how fares the battle? Has anyone fallen? Oh, okay, sorry about dying. We have recruited some new support. We have reached out to some of our friends and allies from across the realms who will be coming to your tables and helping you. First off, I would like to introduce Captain Grimscar. He is a privateer, wink, wink.
Avast ye landlubbers! I be here for two reasons and two reasons only. To drink ale and sow chaos. And I'm all out of ale!
We have a representative from Totally Not the Thieves Guild. He is a freelance scouting insurance adjuster, something like that?
Yeah, something like that. My name's Tig Dandel Sparkle Flash Blinky Warren Bunders. You can call me Tig. I don't know why I'm here. I'm definitely not really good with a bow and arrow and sneaking around in shadows and things. That's not my total skill set. You probably won't see me until it's too late.
Now, the next person we found a bear just wandering around the city. The bear turned into a man, and we found some clothes for him.
All you meddling kids need to get out of my forest and off my lawn.
And then, of course, we have the artificer here to bring you cool new items and potions. Wow, people really love science here.
I know. I guarantee you that every single one of you who takes my potions, it will work 75% of the time.
All right, these are our special recruits. They're here to help you. As you were, soldiers.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So it looks like there's even more help coming on in the field to get to battle against Skotos.
Yeah, there looks like there's so much help that, how could this go wrong? No, what could possibly go wrong?
That's the last thing you want to say. The last thing you ever say is what could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, well, they look like pretty tough dudes, and I don't know, that Skotos fella, maybe I better try and do an interview with him because maybe there's something I'm missing.
If you could get Skotos and get him to talk, maybe we can find out a little bit more about what he wants.
Yeah, maybe this is all just a misunderstanding.
We won't know until the battle is over.
All right. I'm just sneaking in on this conversation here, listening to the captains. Give me. Oh, he's just giving them a mission. I'm coming in. All right. I just wanted to have a brief word. What was the mission you just gave them?
Well, we're here in the city. We're seeing it's a complete mess. And we noticed that the temple has been destroyed and all the stained glass broken. So we need to get those glasses put back together.
Yeah, because otherwise they're going to put that the stained glass in some people, right?
Absolutely. Not only that, but that stained glass is holy to us. And if we can get it together, I think we can get a blessing by bringing it back.
Uh-huh, getting an extra blessing. All right, I like it. All right, cheers. All right, howdy, y'all. How's it going down here? She's eating.
Great.
Nice. Which group are y'all?
I couldn't hear you. What?
Which group are y'all? You're the Raiders. All right, yeah, they're a good team. Okay, and what are you fighting right now?
So we're fighting some weird mage things and some weird zombie-looking things that have glass in them, apparently. I don't know.
Weird magelings and zombie-looking things. Yeah. Those things just make me angry, and right, it throws me into a rage. So you're right to be upset. I don't blame you. All right, good luck to y'all. All right, so I was just out there in the field. I was talking to some raiders and talking to one of the captains. Captains assigning extra missions, and I don't know, hard to get a beat on it yet, just how the tide of battle's going. What can you see from your end there, Rob?
Well, we got the overview on the map, and it looks like the city has a lot of action going on in it with those raiders running those supplies and getting extra quests and such from their captain. I think that there's going to be a lot of great work that's going to be going in, and hopefully a lot of supplies and reinforcements getting sent throughout all the tables and all the parties here today.
Yeah, my advice for everybody is just, take it one swing at a time, and we'll get through this.
Yep, and as you can tell too, if you're joining us on the live stream, you can see that there's the beach where that's initially where the Raiders and the Liberators dropped off, and we have as they're going through the city, they can hit residential areas. They can go through administrative buildings, industrial, and you also know that wall out front was where when the Vanguard
walls,
dropped off.
We got a wall circumscribing the city, and then just to the other side, we got all the water where some of those troops came in to attack. We got the residential areas and administrative areas, and then of course there's the keep, and I hear that the resistance is strong there. Yeah, tell me, Rob, what would you want to do if you landed in the city?
Well, the first thing I would do is I think I would be part of the Liberators. Make sure that I get everyone free. And I go through the residential areas and I clear that out, make sure there is no one being held prisoner. That and like you said, that keep though, that's going to be heavily guarded right now.
Yeah, I think I'd make a beeline for the keep, but no, I'm not the smartest.
Yeah, would you be part of the Vanguard then?
Yeah, the Vanguard, sure. Yeah, it don't matter to me as long as I can, rage and take someone out.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of great fighters out there right now, and we're gonna see we're gonna check in with them in a little bit.
Sounds good.
have Captain Reese of the Raiders with me, just to give an update about what's going on in the field. So, what can you tell me? What's going on?
So, everyone on the field is doing really well so far, especially the Raiders. They're helping give out a lot of supplies right now, and they're trying to do what they can to help support everyone else by spreading across the battlefield.
That's great to hear. Is there anyone that you need that needed extra help, or that was, maybe about to fall in battle?
Skotos was walking around and intimidated our players, but they stood tall and they stood firm and shook him off.
That's great. You can hear it right here. The Raiders cannot be shaken. Thank you, Captain Reese.
No problem.
All right, right now I've got Captain O'Brien with the paratroopers with me. We're going to check in to see how his troops are doing on the ground. Captain O'Brien, how is it out there?
It is a mess out there. Everyone is all over the place, but they're making their way to the center of the city right now. Many people are fighting their first augments as we speak.
These augments, I know we haven't heard much about them. Can you tell me more?
They are powerful. They are infested with various different sins, and each of them are extremely dangerous. For example, the sin of greed will steal everything you've got, eat it up. The sin of sloth is amazingly a giant who can just smash people at will. It's insane.
That is scary, and I'm sure your troops are probably unfazed by being the paratroopers.
Absolutely, unfazed. They are the elite. Many of them have already passed a special operation to sneak up on a Cyclops and steal a magic wand of fireball from them that they can now use to help out the other troopers as they see them.
That's incredible. Well, I know your troops need you, but I want to say thank you for taking the time to give us an update on how things are going.
Hoo-ah!
Hoo-ha. Thank you. And right now we have Captain Sario of the Liberators checking in to see how things are going in the field. So, Captain Sario, what can you tell us? How does it look down there?
So far, things are going fine. I wouldn't say they're going well. Everyone, well, not everyone, but most Liberators are still on the beach, still storming in. But there is hope. Everyone is still quite hardy, quite motivated. So we will get to the Inquisitorium soon, and we will free the prisoners.
Yes, yours is a rescue mission, is that right?
Yes.
Which is incredibly important because what is a city without its people?
Precisely.
Are there any other obstacles that you're facing?
Many augments, honestly, too many. I fear for the people of this good city, but our Liberators are the best in the land, and they shall get it done.
Yeah, we have heard about the augment threat and how much of a counterattack they have been posing.
Indeed.
So, wanted to say thank you, and I know you probably have to get back to your
I
troops.
do, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And right now we have Dark Lord Skotos. I am shaking. I don't want to be here right now, but it is imperative to hear straight from the Lord himself just some of the machinations of what's going on and why he's attacking Evenfell. So tell us, what is going on? Why this city?
Why Evenfell? It was an easy target. I will spread my darkness through the entire realm. This entire plane of existence will belong to me. Evenfell is just step one. It could have been anywhere. This place. I wanted to watch the people squirm.
Well, you certainly have one squirming person. I think that's all I can do for now before he gets angry. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
All right, if you're just joining us, we are covering the events of Evenfell, where the Dark Lord Skotos has invaded the city, turning its citizens into augments of just monstrosities and pure terror. So, what have we now? We have some forces. Can you tell us about the forces, Stan?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to get to that rascal there, Skotos. You know, he's no good. We saw him up here with his horns and stuff, and so he's going to be a formidable opponent. And so, yeah, we got 4 different forces, and they are doing their business around town. You know, I'm a forgetful barbarian, so I'm going to remind myself briefly who we got here. Oh, yeah, here we go. And so we got the Raiders, and the Liberators, the Vanguard, and the Paratroopers. I got to tell you, I'm kind of impressed by the Paratroopers because they just like dropped out of the sky. That seems awesome.
That's right. They are led by Captain O'Brien, the captain of Prince Highlands, so one of the 4 captains. The paratroopers dropped into the middle of the city, making sure that they secure strategic and important locations, while the other forces around the city had other objectives.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. You know, I'm kind of wishing I was down in that battle instead of up here flapping my lips. I'm good at both, and I just wish all my fellow barbarians out there, especially, listen to you, y'all get your rage on.
I mean, I have to say that's where I will disagree with you. I am glad that I am up here because I got to talk with the Dark Lord Skotos himself earlier, and I will tell you that left me shaking.
Yeah, I saw you up here shaking. I had to hold myself back, but you know, we got to leave something for the rest of the crew to do.
Well, we're going to go back to the scene as we look at the map and see how everyone is making their objectives, hopefully to be able to free the city.
Yeah, all right. We'll catch up with you later. All right, this is Stamp Artusa, and we're up here on the top shelf checking her out. Give me a rundown of what's going on in your battlefield.
Well, so far we're at the landing beach. We've got a couple of soldiers making their way up into the coastal defenses, getting rid of some of the augments, and just clearing a path for the prisoners or any other soldiers that need to come in.
All right, so the goal is to clear a path for the prisoners and other soldiers to come in. Is that right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what kind of members of a party we got going on here?
Well, it looks like we've got a warlock, a cleric, a rogue, a barbarian, a druid, and a fighter.
All right, I'd like to hear about the barbarian since it's close to my heart. And warlock, have you burned through all your spell slots yet? Because I hear there's not like a lot of short rests coming up.
It's been a lot of Eldritch Blasts and a single Vampiric Touch. As for the barbarian, it's just been lots of smashing things and a decapitation.
Oh, right, decapitation, I love that. And surprise, 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 Eldritch Blast coming from a warlock. All right, thank you very much.
Of course.
All right, this is Stamp Artus. We're up on the top deck again, and I'm here with the Nether group. And why don't you tell me all what you're doing right now?
We're playing Dead Wars.
Yeah, you're playing Dead Wars. We got that part. All right, all right. And which group are you with? Which track are you on? You're Raiders. All right. And are you fighting augments right now? Is that what here is going on?
Yeah.
We're looting for supplies.
Looting for supplies. I like to loot. I've been known to loot once in a while myself. And so tell me what type of character are you playing?
I'm playing a monk, essentially a plague doctor.
Right, and you are like a goblin?
I am a Shadark High.
Oh, Shadow Guy. All right. I better let's get out of here before she misty steps away. All right. Cheers. Thank you.
Reclaimers of Evenfell, how goes the battle? I have heard many reports, good reports of the fight. We are closer to victory. You should, at this point, be finishing up Act 1, moving into Act 2. But I don't want you to hear it from me. I'm going to bring up Captain Reese to give us a report of the Raiders. Where are the Raiders? Captain Reese, what have you found on the beaches of Evenfell?
Our raiders are going out giving supplies to all that need it. We are going about and making sure that everyone is taken care of, but we need more. We don't have enough. Raiders, let me hear you. Yes.
What do you need the Raiders to know at this moment?
We need supplies. We need weapons. We need potions and spells. We don't have enough.
I'm trusting you, Captain Reese. If anyone can lead the Raiders to victory, it's you. I saw some supplies around here. Godspeed, my friend.
Raiders, I've been making my way to each and every one of these tables, but it's not enough. I have been collecting items from each of you, but why isn't it enough? Come on, I need each and every one of you. We're not going to win against Skotos if we don't collect more. I need continuous support and strength. You all continue to fight, but it's not enough.
Is this the best you have? Someone begging for your help like a dog. You boo for me, but your captain will fall all the same.
No, we need more. I need your supplies.
Your supply lines will fall just as he does.
No, you guys, I need more, please. I need more. We don't have enough. Please, give them to me. Spells, potions.
This is your fate, Evenfell. Did you think I was done? The sheer greed of these raiders will be their undoing. With this shard of stained glass, you will become just like me. This is your fate, Evenfell. You will all join me soon enough. King! Music to my ears.
More!
Well, welcome back, and I don't know if you've been just watching what just happened in front of the stage. It looked like Captain Reese of the Raiders had just been attacked by Skotos. Did you see that, Stan?
Yeah, I saw it, and, I was shocked and surprised. I couldn't believe my eyes there. It looked like something happened. I think something happened to the captain.
It's hard to tell, and I don't know what's going on.
Well, he ran off panting like a hyena, and right before that, he was speaking human. So something's changed. The winds have changed. They're blowing.
He definitely did not seem like himself. I just hope that this attack from Skotos doesn't affect his raiders.
Yeah, what's going to happen to them poor fellas? We have to find out.
We'll have to see what's going on.
Yeah.
So and don't forget, we've got more quests coming up, and that there's the captains from all the other captains have more for their troops to do.
Right, yeah. Beyond the initial quest, then the captains are going to assign other objectives, and we're going to proceed to the second phase of the battle. I think things, as far as I've been hearing from the field, people are moving up, and they're trying to get towards the keep, which of course is the ultimate goal.
That it is, but we'll see what this means after Captain Reese just took a few blows from Skotos himself, and hopefully the others will be able to.
Oh my, this doesn't look good.
Does not look good.
All right, we'll catch you up later.
Stay tuned.
Okay.
Ready? All set. Just a moment. They're just getting set up. All right, with me I have the captain of the Vanguard, Josiah Stillwell. Josiah, how are things going out there with your troops?
Honestly, I couldn't be more impressed with my troops. They are doing phenomenal. We already have the majority of the wall crossed, and they're making their way through the city, just cleaning out as much as they can.
That's fantastic. Now, I've heard about these augments from a couple of other captains. Have you run across these augments yet?
Yeah, they are an unholy terror. I know some of them have even have glass of Eldith, like I'd mentioned before, in them from the temple. And my troops, their whole mission is to gather as much as they can to get the power away from them and rebuild that temple.
That's a really great mission to have. Now, this is might be a little sensitive, but did you see the attack or hear about the attack on Captain Reese?
What?
Skotos. Skotos attacked Captain Reese.
I've been attending my troops. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sorry to be the one to break this to you. The captain seems to have fallen. He did get up, but did not seem the same.
I was worried this was going to happen. Who's leading them now?
We should probably cut now, and you go tend to your troops.
I need to go.
Again.
I'm sorry.
Captain Josiah Stillwell of the Vanguard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is Stamp Artuse back out on the battlefield, and let's check in. All right, so tell me, which group you got here?
We are the paratroopers.
Oh yeah, I love that I talked to one of them before. How did you? I got different theories on this. How did you all actually get down into the city? How did you fall in there?
We fell on the beach just before the raiders came.
Yeah, but did you have to take like the damage from the fall?
Nope. We just floated on down.
That's pretty sweet. Okay, how'd you get down? Very carefully. Carefully. Yeah, that's right. That's a good answer. Okay, what's going on here right now?
So we're in the middle of a battle with some envies and some armor-looking dudes.
That looks like close quarters, which is the way I like it. Is anyone getting their rage on right now? Got any barbarians? Oh, yeah. Who doggy? Okay, that's what I like to see. All right, give them hell, Polecat. We're out of here. All right, Rob. So looks by my, the clock. I can barely read a clock, but we're about halfway through. How's it seem to be going to you?
I mean, we've been talking with some of the captains, seeing the progress they made. I know when we talked with Captain Sorio, she said that we're still on the beach, but they were heading toward the Inquisitorium. Though right now, I don't know where they're at. Though there has been report that there has been a success. At least some of the liberators have gotten to the prisoners.
Yeah. So there's progress being made. It is concerning to me that one of the captains seems to be affected, and so we got things are still tense.
That's right. Yeah, we're about halfway in this battle, and we know that things are going to get really tense like that. The Captain Reese getting attacked by Skotos is really incredibly disturbing.
Yeah, it's almost like there's some hope. If there were to have been like a hope meter, I'd say that hope meter would be eliminated because things are getting real scary.
That's right. Now we're going to be going in to see what other objectives that the captains can give to their team, so they can flip flip this battle to their side, and really make sure that Skotos goes down.
Well, there's a whole mess of objectives, and more diverse than this mind can handle. But hopefully the players can do a better job than my barbarian skills.
Well, I don't know, but when we were talking with the Captain Josiah Stillwell, he was saying that his team is collecting glass. I'm not sure if barbarians are good at glass collecting.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. All right, let's leave it at that.
Well, let's go and see where the rest of this battle will unfold.
All right, very good.
Now I have with me someone who is pretty close to the situation and knows what might be happening here in Evenfell. Excuse me, I didn't catch your name.
I don't know.
No, it was just your name.
No, I don't know.
I don't know your name.
I don't know.
Oh, so it's oh wait, what is your name?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, so we have I don't know. Sorry about that. That confusion with us.
It's fine. It's a family name. You know, my mother's what the hell. It happens.
Now, can you tell us about this attack? Have you seen these augments before?
I have seen these augments before, briefly, yes.
They are definitely monstrosities. Did you have to face them or battle them before?
So we didn't have to battle them or anything like that, but while we were doing some investigating in the portal area, we did encounter some glass that was acting really weird, which is what I think these augments are coming from.
That's really great information to know, and especially since we have all over the forces trying to take back the city from that evil Dark Lord Skotos. Tell me, have you run into Skotos before?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what about this Dark Lord, this evilness? Do you know any of the motivation?
It's not as simple as everyone is saying it is. Okay, this is a far more complicated situation.
Wow. Well, I mean, if you could just tell us.
You know what? This interview's done. I can't handle this. Okay. Just all you need to do is keep yourselves alive. Okay. That's all you need.
Wow. I guess that's all we're going to hear from I don't know.
I don't know what's so complicated about evil.
I don't know either.
Yeah, just crush it down.
But we'll keep you updated on as we learn more.
All right. All right, this is Stamp Artiste once again. We're down in the field, and this is my favorite type of DM. Look, there's no computers or nothing. All right, tell me. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Old school. That's the way to go. Okay, what's going on right now at the table?
Right now, we've already just blasted the general away. We have infiltrated the enemy lines and destroyed one of the main generals of the armies. And now we are just getting rid of their guards because they don't like it when their general's getting
Yeah, generals first, guards second. I like it. And which group you got? Who are these people?
Well, these are my hooligans, my cousins, and my lovely girlfriend. But I like to call them my hooligans.
Nice, the hooligans. All right, so you guys play together on regular basis. Okay, very good. And what do I see down there, man? I guess you got some augments and just what else?
Well, we've got a bear now. She turned into a bear.
Oh, okay. Was that a druid or are you? Oh, okay. All right. Wild shape into a bear.
A gluttony augment. Just this guy took 2 eyes of the augment and just both of them. So that was pretty nice.
Nice. I love to see it. Man, I like your style. Doing it no computers. Woo! I love it. Okay.
I feel like a fraud. I would have done it with the computer, but there's like no space on this table, so I knew that.
Yeah. Get rid of the computers. All right. This is Stamp Artiste. Good job.
All right, and right now with us we have the real folk who have come in to give some bardic inspiration to all our players out there. Thank you so much.
All right,
All right.
let's do this.
Let's get her on.
That
Hell
right there
yeah.
was the
All
real
right.
folk.
Right on.
Thank you, thank you. And welcome back. We are currently still sieging the city. There are many objectives happening right now, and I know that the captains themselves are up to their knees in just fighting and battle. Stan, what do you think is going on right now?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of different action. They're penetrating deeper into the city. I know that each group has different goals. I was just looking up, doing some research on the Liberators, and they're patrolling the residential district, I think, and they're trying to stabilize the administrative district. So, like, sounds like sector by sector, they're trying to get the city under control and out from influence of the augments. How about you?
The Vanguards, they're patrolling the city as we go right now, and they are also making sure to report to the commanders in the Royal Gardens. The Royal Gardens, of which no augments have been seen. It seems to be like a very safe spot that the augments do not go into. And then they also want to make sure that they are stabilizing the administrative districts that we can see on the map and making sure that those are under control as well. Do you know what's going on with the paratroopers?
Yeah, I've been following the paratroopers. I just like their style dropping in. That's the kind of thing I would do. And I think their main objective is that they're at the Inquisitorium. That's the place where they're like bringing in the humans and pumping out the augments. And that's scary stuff. There's a lot of glass involved, spooky sounds and such. But it sounds like they're getting that area under control, so that's good news.
That's really great to hear. And I'll tell you that I don't know what happened with Captain Reese, and we haven't really gotten much comms back from the Raiders. So I just really hope that supply run is going strong. That's all we can hope for at the moment.
Yeah, there's something fishy happening there for sure, I'd say. Yeah, let's wrap her up, Rob. I think that we got other stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, let's get back to the city and see what's going on.
All right, thanks so much.
Heroes of Evenfell! At this point, we should be getting ready for Act 3. Act 3, we're a little short on time for the end, but remember to keep track of the damage. GMs, you know what I'm talking about. Players, don't worry about it. It's going to be an epic confrontation, assuming that we win. But before we transition into Act 3, we've got a little something special for you. A message from Prince Haydn. I've heard disturbing rumors. Some of the supplies have gone missing. What has happened? What has happened to Captain Reese? If you find Captain Reese, there is still time for him. He can still be saved. He can still be redeemed. But for now, I have a message for all of my Vanguard. Where are you, Vanguard? I have my captain with here, Captain John. Give it up for John! How goes the battle?
Where again are my vanguards? They're incredible. We are over the wall, we are in the city, and they are messing things up.
I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It will be with them. I've trained them myself. I give you my word, they will follow through.
You can trust them. How do you know they won't fall to the darkness?
Because they're my vanguards. They are my vanguards.
Very well.
Which brings me to a question.
Yes?
I have served the crown. I am the youngest captain that has ever come into this empire. And I think I have proven my worth. I beg you, please give me a better position.
Should I promote him? No! This is not the time for medals and accolades, not when people are still dying on the streets.
I can do so much more.
Put your ambition inside and be where the people need you.
With my people, my vanguards, we can take the city ourselves.
Then do it.
Then promote me.
Do what you can. Do what you can. We will talk when the battle is through.
Vanguards, you are not appreciated like I appreciate you. You are the best, the best of the worst, and I love you for it. So on that note, let's take back the city.
I hear you.
You know what? You're welcome here. Come on in.
Well, I've already allowed myself in. Now, I hear you. In the darkness, when your eyes are closed and you can see nothing, all that remains is sound and touch. In your voice, I hear your sin.
You know nothing about me.
You're
you know nothing.
Jealous.
Jealous?
All you want is a promotion. You see these people dying. You see these augments, this sin in this nation, and all you can think about is yourself.
I want more power to help them.
And yet, you don't turn to the person that can give you power.
You can't give me anything.
You've seen these augments. Would you not say they are more powerful than your run-of-the-mill human?
That's the wrong kind of power.
But why is the wrong kind of power? All I'm doing is taking what already exists within you and bringing it forward, blooming your sin into beautiful emotion like a flower.
All right. And what can you offer that the prince can offer me?
I can offer you power now. The prince is keeping you on a string. He'll keep breadcrumbing you, giving you little glimpses of what your power could be if you keep following him, but never giving it to you. I can give you power now. You're the youngest captain. Why? What if you were the youngest captain of my army?
Can my vanguards come with me?
Of course they can. I welcome all new followers with open arms.
What are you doing to me?
I just see someone weak, and I want to help them out.
I am not weak. I have served. I have served. I sacrificed everything to serve.
Did you sacrifice everything, or were you just not strong enough to save it?
It's not about me being not strong enough. I am strong enough.
You've yet to prove it. You could be strong enough. Why don't you just give in? You can't do it.
Vanguard! Vanguard!
Fine. You get to live one more day, maybe in one more hour. Your vanguard will fall, and you will all belong to me.
It would be worth it with my vanguards for one more day.
I hope it is.
With me!
Paratroopers! Yes, we fight! We fight! You just saw the captain of the vanguard stand strong. I want you all to stand strong. I want you to fight. I want you to run. And if you can't run, you walk. And if you can't walk, you crawl. And if you can't crawl, if you can't even do that, you keep moving. You ask someone else to help you up. You go forward. You keep your eye on the prize. You keep your face forward into the fight. You keep working. You keep fighting. There is nothing you cannot do. We will stand strong together. We will fight and we will win. I was worried when I heard that Captain Reese had fallen, but I know I can see the strength in all of you, and your hearts are strong. Your hearts will make it through, and we will be victorious today. And so you fight. You keep moving forward. You don't stop. You fight. No!
I think it's high time you were reminded that you never had any choice. More augments, more lambs to the slaughter.
Skotos! You, me, right here, right now.
Two more of your captains have fallen. Do you still dare to stand against me? Your resistance is admirable. You will all fall just the same. Your reckoning is coming. You will all become augments one by one. Do your best to fend me off. I find it rather entertaining.
Yeah, hell, what that was pretty amazing. So we had a coming together of three of the captains in different circumstances. If I'm reading it right, one of them resisted temptation, but then two of the other ones got taken out.
That was just atrocity to watch. That must have changed the tide of this battle. Having three of your four captains.
Right. Yeah, three of the four are out of commission. It was looking like things are going in the right direction, and now I don't know. It's all up for grabs.
Yeah, with the Captain Josiah just being able to turn away from that sharp-tongued Skotos, and then being able to have his vanguard just kind of support him. But with Captain O'Brien giving a rousing speech in the middle, having Skotos stab him in the back.
Yeah. I wonder if he would have got that promotion, would he been able to save him? I will never know.
I don't know. And what we have right here is unthinkable. Having the power of the captains, the support that they have for their troops, just cut down from 4 to 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It was unthinkable, and fortunately for me, I can't think. So we'll just have to see what happens in the end. All
yes,
right.
I think right now it's up to the adventurers. It's up to their troops.
It's up to them
to be able to pull this one off.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Heroes of Evenfell, we have a few light housekeeping things. By now, you should all be on Act 3. It is for the final assault of the keep. This is our last push, our final stand to reclaim this city for ourselves. That means, Dungeon Masters, you should be getting your final damage calculated. You should be getting your scorecards ready and give them to the moderators. When we get to 8 o'clock, pencils are down. Get in your reports as soon as you can. Once those reports are done, we're going to tabulate everything at 8 o'clock. And 8 o'clock, we'll want everyone here to see the finale. Make sure you don't stand in front of the stage or you will get hit. Just a warning. All right, Act 3, everybody. I'll see you at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're back. Oh, sorry, you're about to jump in, then I jumped in ahead of you. That's how it goes against the commentary. Anyway, things seem to be coming to a head, and I've been hearing reports about the different types of augments, which roughly correspond, or maybe precisely, with the deadly sins. Although there is an eighth secret deadly sin I won't talk about here. One of the traditional ones left is pride, and so I wonder if we're about to see that one come up.
Well, I think that's what they're facing right now. I think what in that keep that has been guarded by all the augments that the factions have taken down one by one. They have now been able to enter the keep, and inside, I believe that's where we have pride.
All right, yeah. So the pride augment, I heard that they got just like the other augments, they got some stained glass stuck in them, and yeah, I wish them the best. I'm not smart enough to figure out the secret. Just tell me where to bash, and I'll bash it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to overcome this one, but it seems like that's what everyone is going against right now. I think they're all trying to make sure that this last augment gets taken down, and then that's the way that they're going to get to the Dark Lord.
All right, let's see how it works out.
We're going to see how it works out. That's right.
All right, Stamp Ortiz back in the field, and as you can see, we got a bunch of people standing up. Things are coming down to it. Tell me, what's going on?
We're killing a lot of people.
Yeah, killing a lot of people, that's good.
The bad ones.
Okay, and you think you're going to get the job done?
I think we can, yeah. None of us have dropped, and we're all pretty full health, so.
You got good hit points? Okay, what are you playing?
I'm a paladin.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a good one. How about yourself?
Say that again?
What are you playing, and what are you fighting?
I'm playing a druid Kenku, and right now we are fighting weird amalgamations of wrath and lust and envy, so that's what we're doing right now.
All three of them. Okay, we got three types of deadly sins on the table. We got a paladin, we got a druid. I don't know. I don't think you need anything else. All right, this is Stampartus in the field, signing out.
"15 minutes, everybody. We have 15 minutes to destroy or redeem these pride augments. 15 minutes. All pencils need to be down. All results need to be calculated and be here at 8 o'clock for the finale. We'll see you then.
All right, welcome back. We have just learned some new information, fresh from the field. It seems like that there are heroes who are taking the glass, the stained glass that they were getting off of the Pride augments, and just stabbing themselves with it to hurt Skotos, taking their own life force to take him down. They are sacrificing themselves. They are doing what Eldath did. They are doing what their captains did to be able to make sure that this Dark Lord doesn't succeed. What are your thoughts on this?
That sounds crazy, possibly illegal, but that's never stopped me before, so it's probably a good idea.
This is incredible to see what's happening. There are tables that are just going all out and being able to just take it upon themselves to make sure that the Dark Lord does not take Evenfell.
Yeah. All right, y'all, go all out, start stabbing yourselves with stuff, and let's kill that bad boy.
Yes, we're going to find out in just about another 10 minutes to see what is going to happen, to see the outcome, to see if all of this will be successful.
All right, let's get her done. All right, things are heating up, and looks like we're about to get some results. It's coming down to the wire, I guess, and not far now.
Yeah, you're gonna want to stay. You're gonna want to keep watching and make sure to see what happens in Evenfell.
Basically, yeah. If you got to pee, hold it. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, the numbers are coming in, and we're not sure where this is gonna land. We also will be able to see who's gonna win, who has the most rolls for the D20s and most nat ones as well.
Oh yeah, nat ones. That would be you, Rob.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't true.
All right.
All right. Keep watching because we're going to find out soon.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
My soldiers, my troops, how are you? Do you smell that? This place smells more like home. So it is time. The battle has stopped. The war is over. And I have never been prouder of Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you.
You thought you could stand against me? Was this really all that bravado could prove? This is your strength? Sariel, would you do the honor?
Reese, this isn't you! Be stronger than this, Reese! Ryan, you can do this!
Do you really think that a pep talk will stop the power of my augmentations?
You're not going to hurt anyone else! This ends now, Skotos!
My blessings will propagate endlessly. You cannot stop me.
Well, we're gonna try. We're gonna do this! Everyone, together! Together! Are you with us?
I'm with you!
Are you with us?
I'm with you!
Are you with us?
I'm with you!
Pull them down! And now what? We have him. The man who killed my mother, who took our homeland. Do we take our vengeance now? Are we looking for justice? Are we looking for victory? Or is that what he wants us to feel?
I've told you, you can't stop me. Do you think this is a victory? You think that if you really don't put me down, that anything will be different? I told you to do your worst. I found this whole charade awfully entertaining. What is your next move?
What do we do with them?
My power will propagate for as long as I live. You can't stop me.
If I give in, if we give in to vengeance, we would fall underneath your power, wouldn't we? That's your plan all along, to make us hate, to make us angry, to make us crave your blood.
My only plan was to reveal what you really are. If that's who you are on the inside, I'm not doing anything wrong by bringing that to the surface.
You're wrong.
Traitors.
I've gotten word from our troops that we have retaken the city. This isn't about vengeance. This is about freedom. This is about restoring our homes.
Victory!
And so, we will not be taking your life this day. Instead, we will deliver you to your brother for judgment.
No.
Have fun in the divine realm.
No, not the light! No!
Take
not
him!
the low! Not the light! No! No!
Ladies and gentlemen, Skotos has been defeated. But more importantly, we did not give in to the darkness. It was close. In that final moment, all could have been lost. Thank you for standing with us. Thank you for reclaiming the city. Thank you for winning the Dead Wars! Who's coming back tomorrow? We will see you all there.
right. Well done, players. Well done. If you haven't gotten me your table score sheets yet, please make it down to the stage. In about 10 minutes, we will announce the tables that rolled the most 20s and the most ones, and we will also be giving out the raffle prizes. Tune in tomorrow for the conclusion of the Dead Wars. Thank you.